Mic check, 1 2 1 2, mic check, 1 2 1 2. 1 second, let me get situated real quick. Ladies and gentlemen, how's everybody doing? What's going on there? Crusader Nation in the building, man. Salute to everybody pulling up on us. Got a hell of a show tonight. hell of a show tonight. I'm looking forward to it. Hope you guys are too. We're gonna be discussing some things, man. Gabrielle Union recently went viral for something that I didn't, something that caught a little bit of heat. So we gonna unpack, what all went into that, and also, does this shed, I guess doubt on the feminist movement or regret? Pardon me, is more the word on the feminist movement. But before we get started into this discussion, like we always do, I'm gonna introduce this amazing panel that we have up here this evening. First and foremost, we have Miss Security Boss in the building with us this evening. Taylor.com is in the building with us this evening. Smooth himself has pulled up with us in the building this evening. D, Queen Sheila in the building with us this evening. Miss Fantasy Island Girl is in the building. Ronan himself is in the building. Miss Saida has joined us this evening. D, Ricky Williams himself is in the building. And last but not least, Miss Lucky Marie is in the building with us this evening. How's everybody doing?
I'm here.
I'm doing good.
All right, man. I like to hear it, man. Again, everybody, appreciate y'all pulling up. Make sure y'all tap that like button if you haven't got a chance yet. Salute to Kenny T is in the chat. Salute to my dog. Um, also, again, I just want to reiterate that we are on break from the podcast until June 6th. We will be returning. But like I said, live streams is still going to be in rotation. So
You
make
said
sure y'all
June
pull up.
6th? June 6th?
June 6th.
Oh, that's my birthday.
Word? Oh, that's dope. Yeah. But yeah, so we will be returning. So everybody that been looking for the audio, and it's like, man, I'm refreshing the Apple button. I mean the Apple app, and I ain't see it. Nah, it's because we ain't put it out yet, man. We're gonna be back on June 6th. Like I say, we just on vacation right now, man. We ain't really took a vacation since we started this thing. I'm gonna be honest, or a lengthy one. So I feel like now is the time. It's a lot going on behind the scenes. We trying to get sorted out, but by June we will have it sorted out. So we appreciate y'all patience, understanding things of that nature. All merchandise can be purchased at cruiseseason.com. If you hadn't tapped in yet, we got some new stuff coming. Can't really announce it just yet, but when they get in, y'all already know we gonna run it by y'all and let us know what y'all think. Patreon has already seen it, but yeah, man, it's gonna be some fly shit, man. Y'all already know how we give it up.
Mike.
I think that's everything, man, for now. Real quick, man, Mike Dub in the building with the 20 bars. Say salute to the true. Sorry, it's been a while. Priorities. It's all good, man. Take care of your business, big dog. Your family always. Appreciate you, bro. But yeah, so that brings us to this discussion that we are having here tonight. Feminism, the feminist movement, things of that nature, right? Came into effect because women wanted equal rights and equal pay, and a lot of the rights that they had been deprived of, prior to that. But with that, depending on who you ask, it's created a bit of a conundrum in terms of the dynamic between men and women in today's society, right? So recently, Gabrielle Union was doing the interview and she was speaking on the fact that she goes 50-50 with Dwayne Wade. Now, mind you, Dwayne Wade makes approximately 5 times what she makes in terms of net worth, but she still decides to go 50-50. But in the process of that, she says she's running into some issues, running into some stress, running into some trouble. And not really able to kind of rest in her femininity because she's always on edge, worried about, the obligations that she has to take care of. Some would say that this is an indication that, that there might be some regret in terms of this feminist movement that has been, sparked and kind of laid out. So we're going to get to the bottom of that today. I want to get y'all thoughts on it. But before we do, I know we always lay foundation. So we're going to start with the first question. Okay. Is being a strong, independent woman a personal choice or necessity in today's world? Why not? And since Fantasy Island Girl is new to the panel, she has the liberty of going first.
Okay, so for the most part, I think being an independent woman is a personal choice because you could have someone take care of you if you were willing to acquiesce to what they're looking for in a woman. But I don't think many women in the US are willing to do that today. So they are choosing to be independent.
All right. So you would, just for clarity, you're saying that it is a personal choice more so than necessity, in your opinion.
Yes, I think it's a personal choice.
All right. Well said. Ronan is being a strong, independent woman.
Emphasis on strong.
Emphasis on strong.
I
Strong.
heard that.
Strong with a K.
Strong.
Strong with a K, not a T. Is it more of a personal choice, or is it a necessity in today's world?
Being a strong and independent individual is a choice. Not a wise one, but it's a choice. It's the same as interdependence. Learning how to, like, when you have that relationship, when someone falls short, you sit there and you do your part to sit there and keep the ship going. So unless you're a beautiful bum, still a choice.
Beautiful bum. Saira, what are your thoughts on this, man? Is it more of a choice or is it a necessity in today's world that we live in?
It's kind of tricky. It's understandable that some women will fall into, I have to do it. You know, I understand that part. I don't agree with, but if they want to have a specific lifestyle, it's not a necessity no more. It's a choice. Because someone that can provide the basic needs is possible. Do they want to deal with that? I don't think so. So that's when it becomes a personal choice.
All right, so we have it. Rick, personal choice. Or is it a necessity in today's world? Being a strong, with a K, independent woman.
What's a necessity for these ladies?
Mm-hmm.
It's necessary. Because most of y'all don't have one feminine bone in your body. It's necessary for you to be strong and independent. Because Lord forbid you be what a man wanted. Lord forbid, right? You be in an actual place and holdings that the Most High meant for men and women to be in. Hell no, it's a must. Because if not, they'll all be on the street. Don't no man want this. They don't want that. Hard-headed, tight-lipped woman. Who want to do with who want to do with that? So it's a must. They have God gave them everything they need to have a man take care of them. But it's just funny how most of them can't seem to find it. That's all I got.
There you have it, man. Look, is it a choice or is it more of a necessity in today's world that we live in?
I think it's a necessity, obviously, but I think it's a good thing because why wouldn't a man want a woman who can also be independent? I don't mean independent away from him, but I'm saying she possesses the qualities to be able to take care of things in any event if something happens to him. She can also carry and understand the mindset that goes behind actually trying to push towards something and get shit done. So I think it should be a necessity for most people, but yeah, while we promote laziness, we should want to get to something.
SB, personal choice or necessity, being a strong woman, independent woman in today's era.
I think it's a personal choice to be the strong one. The strong we don't need. I'm with Lucky on the independence part, though, because a man would want a woman that is smart enough or adaptable enough to be able to take care of things when he can't. So that is a plus. But we can just get rid of that strong. We don't need that. Because actually, I don't even know what that actually means. Strong enough to do what? That's kind of a...
Isn't it to endure obstacles and challenges that may come without folding? Isn't that strength?
That's called being an adult.
The ability
But
to
you
keep
can't be an
going.
independent woman. Sorry.
But see, I link that to independence. But when you say strong, I'm not sure what strong means, because I think people misinterpret that, because that's when it starts getting, the lines get blurred and women begin to think that they become too masculine, because you can definitely be an independent, smart woman, know how to do certain things or contact people to get things done. And your husband is an asset. But when you start getting strong, when you start adding that, it kind of gets kind of clouded to me. So I want to say both. Can I say both? Can I do both? Because it's a choice, but then, your situation may bring you a time when it's necessary. But if we can just leave off the word strong, I'm with it.
All right. Well, if you say both, you got to give me a percentage.
Okay. Percentage what? How many people think that it's a necessity?
Yeah. Which side is the seesaw leaning? If we had to lean it toward one way.
Okay, so right now, if I'm just in this space, I would say it's probably about 75% that would think it's a necessity to be strong. Now I'm adding back the word strong. I'm adding it back. And then the others would say it will be a choice.
Okay. And what would you say analyzing the field today?
What would I
Because
say?
you'd have to analyze the field, and because the question stems from the state of the man today. Because I think it's a difference between today's man and the men of the past. Right? I think we was talking about that last stream when Rick was saying, the pride that a man is supposed to take in providing for his family and things of that nature. And if y'all remember, I asked him, I was like, well, why do you think that's changed now compared to then? So when I present the question, that's the context that I have in mind in terms of is it more of a choice for me to be strong and independent today based on the new rights that I have from the feminist movement, or is it a necessity because the field kind of forces me to be this way?
Well, see, I think it's more just classic conditioning, because since all the innovations that we have and the conveniences that we have, men don't have to do the things that they did 40 and 50 years ago. So for us to want you to build a house or, on your own or whatever those things is that a woman would need to be strong in, I don't think they really exist like they did before. So that would be, for me, that would be them thinking it's a necessity. So I would say that's what I mean. Like 75% of the women now would say it's a necessity because the men don't stand up. But also, that also would be because we don't value men, or they don't value men for who they are. They just want the money. They look at men as money. So their value is in money. So again, nobody really works really hard anymore. So the strong part still throws me. We now mostly work smart or on the internet or whatever you want to say. So all that is just it's conditioning. If you keep telling somebody they're doing something, then they believe it. So I would still say 75% would say it's a necessity due to what our men today are doing or are not doing. Like some people would say they need to get their ish together. And if they don't have it together, then I have to be a strong, independent woman.
Well said. Miss Kayla, your thoughts on this thing. Do you feel like being a strong with a K, an independent woman, is more of a personal choice in this era, or is it a necessity, in your opinion?
I think in this era of 2023, it's a necessity. I think before you are in romantic relationship with anyone as an adult, you need to be able to be independent and strong and take care of yourself. I think that strength is not only, I think the only reference anyone's made to strength tonight has been negative attitudes. I think strength is endurance. I think strength is mental for the most part when it comes to being in a relationship with someone. So a strong man, he's a man. My man, he a man. I'm a woman. So my strength ain't his strength. Ain't no comparing this. I can be strong and he can be strong. I'm woman strong and he's man strong. And that's how this works over here. But for a strong partner to want someone who's not strong, I don't see that going good. But yeah, I think a majority of it, keeping the relationship together in the family, I think a lot of that is mental strength. Even to be fit mentally, you need to be disciplined. You need to be strong in a lot of different areas. So I think if we want to put a negative connotation on it, I mean, we can put a negative, we can make anything negative. We can make anything, you know what I'm saying? But I'm choosing to see it as the positive sides of that, the sides that have raised half of our generation to endure, to get out of those situations and get wherever we are today, took the strength of a parent. You know what I'm saying? So I think that it's a necessity. I think that you should take care of yourself and establish yourself as your own being before attaching to someone else during that age of, like, you know, college, after college, or young 20s, for sure. So in order to do that, you need to be strong, intelligent, for sure, and independent and interdependent, and know how to develop a network around you in order to gain strength and wisdom from. So yeah, that's what I got.
Okay. Smooth himself has joined us in the building this evening. What's behind the house? Chilling. So we're gonna present you the same question about, in your opinion, analyzing this game. Is it more of a personal choice for a woman to be strong and independent today, or is it a necessity? In your opinion?
I think it's a necessity. You know what I'm saying? I feel like protection is everything for everybody. I feel like you need to protect yourself. You know what I'm saying? And that's not saying you need to be overly bossy and independent with your man, but independent with yourself. Like, hey, I can take care of myself with or without you. I can take care of this if you go down and the ship rocky for a couple of years. That's what I feel like independence need to be. You know what I'm saying? But in this generation, we know how independence is. Independence is bad bitch culture. That's just how it works. That's what they tied to. So it has a negative connotation on it. But I feel like it's not used in the right way. If it was used in the right way, then it should be used for protection only. And it'll save a lot of heartbreaks.
Yeah, you know what? I agree with that. Queen, is it a personal choice or is it a necessity with these men that's out here today? These women got to deal with.
These men's
is out here.
I'm gonna have to ride with Kayla and Smooth. I think it's a necessity, but I think it starts before because women don't just walk out the house and have a man lined up, a suitor lined up at the gate. That's a process, right? To getting a fiance, becoming married. So it's not a cookie cutter, match when we think about matchmaking, compatibility, and all of that. So I think it's a necessity. I also see that we have a misunderstanding of what strong means. That's the ability to withstand pressure. We ask our kids to be strong when they go to school. So the mothers can be strong, the wives can be strong, kids go through things, men go through things. So when we think about strength, it's not a negative connotation unless you make it a negative. Women can come to the table being financially independent because of somebody died in their family and they received an insurance payout. So should she just donate that to charity for the sake of his self-esteem so that he can feel good and not emasculated? There's so many different scenarios. So there's not a one size fit all. And I think a lot of times we do that. We try to pigeonhole Black women. If you come with any level of success, right? If you have a decent job, if you've completed college, you're not the right fit, you got an attitude, you this, you that, you don't respect me. It's a story that you've already created. So she already has the odds stacked against her if you encounter a man with that type of thinking. Because are you looking for a wife or are you looking for a servant, right? So when we think about love and marriage, you got to be strong. Marriage takes work. Marriage has conflict. Marriage has ups and downs. You want her to crumble on you? Or are you looking for a strong woman that's resilient, that can bounce back and say, let's get over this. Let's push through this. You know what? We're not going to lose sleep over this. So I'm really confused about what it is that we're really talking about when it comes to the Black community and how we can come together as men and women and create healthy marriages and healthy households. Hell, I see married men on the internet with dirty ass houses. dirty ass backgrounds. And I'm like, that lady has to be strong in order to submit to that shit, just so that he can feel like a man. That's all I got.
All right, man. Let's see. If I had to give my take, my 2 cents on the issue, I would say that it's more of a necessity than it is a choice. And the reason being is because of the ideology and the mindset of the man today. I feel, going back to the conversation me and Rick had the last live stream, I don't feel like men take as much pride in providing and like being that man and like making sure that my woman kind of stays a woman, you know what I'm saying, and kind of contributes and is a helpmeet and things of that nature. I feel like most men are completely good. As a matter of fact, would probably recommend they woman go out there and work and make money. You know what I'm saying? And bust her ass and all of that stress and all that come with it. And then come home to, you know what I'm saying? So I feel like that's way more prevalent now from men today than it was back then. Also, with the advent of social media and things of that nature, relationships are way less stable. People are way less likely to stay in a relationship today than they were back then. I think back then your relationship kind of defined you, like the family name. Like it was pride in that. You know what I'm saying? Us being married for 30, 40 years, you know, raising this family, creating this infrastructure. Even though we didn't really have much back then, it was pride in family. It was pride in name. Today, that's gone. It's pride in individual accomplishment. I'm trying to go out there. I'm trying to get that bag. I'm trying to come up. You know what I'm saying? I don't care if I never get married. As long as I get rich, I'm cool with that. I feel like way more people have that mindset now than they did back then. So what does that equate to? That equates to unstable relationships. So people getting into relationships on a 1 foot in, 1 foot out basis. So when that's the case, you can't, as a woman, you can't kind of rest in your femininity and, you know, the fact that, hey, my man is going to take care of things. Because in the back of your head, you thinking, damn, if this thing goes left, which is a good chance that it probably will, because as I look around me, a lot of these relationships are going left. So I need to prepare myself for that. So that's why I need to go get my degree. I need to go get my good job. I need to go get these things just in case the shit falls apart, because the mindset of the man today is different than it was back then. So because of all of that, it's a cumulative effect. I feel like it's more of a necessity to be strong with a K and independent than it was back then. That's just my take on the matter. Does anyone disagree?
To me, it doesn't make sense because you said that he makes 5 times more than her. So marrying a man with money is not convenient, even if she wanted to stay home, because she doesn't trust him. Like, she's working, she can rest in her femininity. Even if he was willing to provide for her, she don't trust him. She doesn't feel like it's unstable in her mind. So, I don't know. To me, for her, I think in her case, I think
back to the basics.
Choice.
And we back to the basics. Go ahead, sir.
To me, I think for her is more like a choice. She decides to put herself in that position. For other women, I respect Kayla. Everybody said good things that I agree with when it comes to people feeling it is a necessity. But I think the type of strength that it requires for a woman that stays home, we are required to be strong. We are strong if you're staying home. It's a different type of strength. It's a different type of independence. What if my kids need to, I don't know, an emergency in the house? I need to make a decision to go to the hospital or something. It's independence right there. So it's a different type of strength. But we are taking it. Someone said, I think it was Kayla, looking at the negative side of the strength that is required on being on that position on another position. So I don't know. To me, it's kind of confusing because if he has money enough to take care of her, she decides to put herself in that position. So being with a man with money makes no difference. They just don't trust him.
Is that trust or that's just a person? I mean, because if we're talking about believe the Bible, that it says you're not supposed to trust anyone 100%. Everybody is capable of something. There is a lot of people, as we've seen throughout history. I don't really know an abundance of women who've never worked and did nothing. They just sat home and he did every single thing. And then when their kids get to a certain age, they work for the help. They do something. So is that really not trusting them, or is that also just making sure that all your T's are crossed, because you see a lot of relationships where she did kick her feet up and he took care of her. And then when he didn't want it anymore, they got a divorce. She has to be that person over the age range of what most people would hire you. You have no skills. All of that's the reality. So we could think it's not trust. It's also trusting yourself. Like I don't know if anybody agree. I just want to know, how does that not show that you don't trust him just by securing yourself? How is that not trust?
She could be saving her money and let him. It requires for her to give everything from her, like saying, you know what, he's the leader, he's the one making decisions. She could be saving her money because in reality, he doesn't need her to put any money. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying what she's doing is wrong, but just the fact that she has to feel like it's coming 50-50. If he's making more money, that's not even 50.
All right, so let me ask this. If what you just said was reversed, how would they look at that man? If she made 5 times more than him and he didn't pay a dime towards the bill, he just saved all his money. He's working, he just saved all his money. How would that look? What would they say about that man? Even though he's rich, no matter what scale he's on, he's still rich. But he just didn't pay a dime towards none of their living expenses. What would you think the world would say?
But the reality is that women don't date down. That's just simply like, women will not look someone that or pay for everything for someone. If they do, they do it. Like, there's cougars out there paying for everything for the men. There's men that accept that. There's a little bit of everything in this world, but that's not normal.
All right, let me reel y'all in because we done kind of jumped ahead on the schedule. I kind of let it go because I like the conversation, but we jumping ahead. But we gonna unpack this further because I got some tidbits that I want to add to that conversation. But before we do, let's go ahead and pay some bills, man. Sir in the building with the 20 ball. I'll tell you. Team Fantasy, Fatty Camp. Appreciate you for donating, big dog. We got. Make sure I don't miss nobody. Fat Boy Life 10 ball. Tell Lucky I got an open seat in the Honda for, man. Look.
In the Honda.
Appreciate you, big dog. Marcus the 5. What's up, my good people? To the question, yes, it's a choice. 2, it's a big myth. See, that boy starting trouble already. Sheldon, 2 ball. Slick Rick, what it do, big bro? Appreciate you, fam. Marcus again said, and y'all got Fantasy Island Girl on here. Let's see how this goes. Oh, Lord. See. Here we go. Appreciate you, bro. Grizz Treats for 2. I never seen a Hulk strong woman fight a wallet. That's hilarious. Appreciate you, bro. The message, the 5 ball. Y'all got my favorite women dynamic duo on tonight. This will be good. Shouts out to Lucky and Island Girl. Appreciate you. The Manic Jeans for Timbo. I came because Fantasy Island Girl was such a good sport, but stayed for Saida and Kayla. What up, ladies? Answer. It's a necessity because more resources equal more choices. I said Shelton to 5 ball. I'm still confused on how being an adult is considered strong and independent in 2023. The attitude that's attached has killed the black family. I'm just saying. Big Jizz composition for 2 ball. Team Fatty, shout out Fantasy and the panel in the chat. Appreciate you, big dog. Casey with the 10 ball. They all for the streets. Stay sucker free is the campaign. Appreciate you, bro. Okay. So again, man, if y'all enjoying the conversation, make sure y'all tap that like button. We appreciate everybody for pulling up on us here this evening, man. We're gonna go ahead and get into the next line of questioning that we have here on this glorious evening. First off, just real quick, just one. I need like just a yes or no from each person real quick. Do y'all feel like the majority of women today, the majority, have an independent mindset? SB, we're gonna start with you.
Now, I wanted to ask, are we talking about single people or married people?
SB, we're gonna start with you. Both. Mm-hmm.
The majority
in marriages that has an independent mindset.
I would say most have independent mindset.
Kayla, would you say that most women today have an independent mindset? Most, in your opinion?
No, I think most women who are a little bit of attractive are looking for someone else to help.
Smooth. Would you say that most women have an independent mindset?
Yes. Off rip. Yes.
Emphatically. Queen.
I would probably say
Emphatic.
no. No. When you really talk to women and they feel comfortable telling the truth, no. They don't want to be by themselves and do everything by themselves. Absolutely not.
Rona.
Hell yeah.
Rona.
Saida.
If it's single, most of them are independent.
Look.
I think you can't fully be independent without being strong. So I don't know what being a strong woman has to do with needing a man, but I think those are, me personally, I think it's separate. So where does the line between being a strong, independent woman and needing a man? I don't think there's a line. I think
Wait,
there's
wait. Slow down, real quick. I asked a separate question, just because we're gonna get to the one scrolling across the screen, but I want to kind of level set first. In your opinion, would you say that most women today are independent minded?
yes.
Rick.
No. I think most women have most modern women now have a scammer mindset.
What?
I thought we were talking about all women though. Like, okay. I mean, married and single. So
Fantasy Island girl.
Yes, I do believe most women have an independent mindset today.
Okay.
And
All
I
right.
think
So
it's going to get worse. I think it's just going to grow more and more.
damn. So as a man, y'all could kind of see the issues that a lot of men are going to face coming up in this era, kind of finding a place in terms of like when they run into a woman, and if they have this mindset, me personally, I feel like that mindset is detrimental to a relationship. But depends on who you ask. So we can go ahead and get to the question that's scrolling. Where's the line between being a strong, independent woman and needing your man in this era? So basically, I'm asking y'all, like, how does a man, like what is a man to do if this environment is what y'all say it is? We're gonna start with Rona.
I say the line is drawn between respect and cooperation. If either one is absent, you're gonna have problems going uphill. You have to be strong when you're bullheaded. You have to be strong when you don't like that person or the situation you've been put in. So that's where the line comes in.
Okay. Fantasy Island girl, where's the line between being a strong, independent woman and needing your man?
So I think you're always going to need your man. The independent woman part comes in, I guess, if your man is gone and he can't be there for you and you have to take care of the things yourself, then that's another thing. But if he's there, I need him. I need him to do everything. Everything that he's been doing, I need him to keep that up. I don't know. I don't feel like there's a time where I'm like, oh, I don't need you today. I need him every day. I don't see the line. I just don't get it. I think the independent woman thing is for when you're single or when your man is deployed or he can't be there. But I don't need to be independent. I haven't been independent since I've been with him. I'll say that.
All right, man, taking care of his business. Rick, where's the line between being a strong, independent woman and needing your man?
It's the
Creating
line.
that space for your man.
It's the line between smart and stupid.
Ricky.
It's the line between smart and stupid. Which one are you? Look, contrary to popular belief, I keep trying to tell y'all, you can't have it all. You can't be independent and then want your man to pay everything. Oh, hold on. I got you. Hold on. Y'all give me a second. This won't take long. Right? This what they do. Yeah, I work. I make my own money.
right? I'm strong and I'm independent out here, but he should pay all the bills. He should get my nails done and pay for my yucky weed and these eyelashes. You can't be, no. It's the line between smart and stupid. Y'all figure it out.
So I say they should have never gave y'all rollcasters. They should have never gave. All right. Let me see. Hold on. Look, the line. Now you can answer the
I
question.
kind of already answered it, but I don't know. I don't feel like it's the same. I think there are certain things in your life you're going to be independent with. We always think it's just financial. There are some people who don't even pick up behind themselves, do things around the house that show them day to day their behavior and their mindset to not be considered independent. So I think there's two different things. I don't know why. Can you explain to me, as part of the question, why is there a line between independent and needing a man?
Because here's the thing, like, which is why I kind of level set at first. I think like a lot of women, most women, in my opinion, go into a relationship with an independent mindset. And it's not necessarily blatant, like I don't need him. But it's like, I'm going in with my own everything. I'm not quitting my job. I'm working. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. I'm not depending on you to take care of me. None of that, because I don't trust you, per se. You know what I'm saying? So I guess the question is, like, how does one go into a relationship with that mindset and kind of make room for that man to be a man?
It's
Like,
being self-aware and knowing where to be independent and where to be dependent. So we're codependent. So I think it's a mindset of going into where to dress. So some people have certain professions where they develop certain characteristics and personalities that they don't know when to turn off when they get home. So I think that when you're at home, you should carry a total different mindset and the behavior versus when you go outside. So I think there's not really a line. I think the line is just self. How self-aware are you to be able to assess, like, okay, now I'm dealing with my husband. Now I need to take off this mindset. Now I need to take off this guard and give him what he needs, make him feel comfortable, make him feel strong, make him feel encouraged, not be so hard with him. Maybe you need to do it with your kids. Sometimes when people have multiple kids, I hear that they have to train or raise the kids differently based on their personalities. So I think it's the same. As far as the line, I think it's with you. I get what Ricky is saying, but I don't think that, well, I don't know. I know more about your wife, Trill, that you share. She seems like she's independent. She seems like she can handle herself and take care of herself, but I wouldn't say that means that she's not depending upon you. I think that you're independent. That doesn't mean that you're not depending upon her as far as the relationship. I think they're two different things. So the line to me would be yourself. Can you balance it?
Well said. Well said. I like that. SB, where's that line at?
Let me say this too, because I initially, with the first question, I agree with Lucky, but I think, and look, I'm not trying to change what you said at all, because I still agree with that, but I think we're using the wrong word. I think self-efficient is what better fits than independence. So I think that I know that better fits what I was trying to say. You're more self-efficient because
that's what I was thinking of.
Self-sufficient.
Right. That's what I was thinking of. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we were saying we're calling it independence, but it's more self-sufficient. But the line is, you have to, if you meet a man, you have to want to be in the role of a wife. And if we have to go back and read and see what that is, then that's what we have to do. We can't challenge his role as a man. So we have to just fall back. There's no independence there. We rely on him to do his part as a man. And if he's not doing that part, or you don't feel like he's able to do that, then that wouldn't be the man that you marry. You would say, okay, this is not the man for me. But that still we're not to get out of our role as women or as wives. We have to remain, and it can't be because of you, I did this. It has to be, I have to be this woman, this wife, this lady, no matter what. So if I'm meeting a man and we're dating, and the things he don't do or things he do are not enough to keep me in my feminine, I shouldn't be with that man. So the line is when I cross over or decide that I have to do more than I'm supposed to do as a wife. Now, being self-sufficient is totally different. Like we said earlier, learning from your husband is a smart thing to do. That's being an adult. You're picking up things, and a lot of things you pick up from your husband. He teaches you things. That's what women should do. So we can take care of the household and the kids in his absence or what have you, no matter if something happens. So that's the difference for me. The line is when I'm called out of my femininity as a woman. I have to be a wife at all times.
Well, say it. Kayla, where's that line between being an independent woman and needing your man? Like, how do you balance that?
The line. That's an interesting question. I think it's really based on what's required of you with your man. Like different men have different requirements of their women, of their wives. And so I think it's based on, how independent he needs you to be in terms of how much expectation he has of you, independent of him when he is absent. Some men require their wives to do a lot. Some men don't require their wives to do much. They have other people for that. So I think it just depends on what he's looking for and what he is willing to provide.
Okay, just a quick follow-up question. Like, how does one, I guess, drop that barbed wire fence for that new man? Because I think like women who have an independent mindset, right? When they go into a relationship, I think they have a barbed wire fence that's up.
Okay.
In terms of, okay, I don't necessarily trust you all the way.
Mm-hmm.
I need to see a lot before I can come down, bring this fence down, and say, hey, again, like I said earlier, kick back and say, my man got it, and I got the rest of my femininity. How does one make that transition from as far as a woman with that mindset?
I think that transition comes by as he proves through his words, like as his words prove through his actions. So I believe in letting things naturally happen. Like situations will come up, and how he acts in certain situations, that's who he is. Like it shouldn't take a whole lot of like tests and all these, like once you reach this number of times, like I think just different situations will come up and he's going to show up and show you the kind of man he is. And I think a lot of times at that moment, a lot of women would save themselves so much time, heartache, all these different things. If you just seen it for what it was when the situation happened, instead of making excuses. Well, his mama was in town and that's the reason why, he said he was coming, but then he didn't come, or he said he was going to do it. No, no. The situation came up. He showed you the type of man he is, and that's going to tell you if you can trust, how you can, how you can deal with him from real life, real scenarios. And that's what I think. I hate like fabricated tests of such. It's very childish to me, but because life be happening every day. It's enough shit happening. So just open your eyes, open your ears, pay attention.
I agree with that. Smooth. Where's the line, man, between being that independent woman, needing your man? How do you balance that? How should a woman balance that?
And I think it's just trusting your man to know what he gonna do, know what it's gonna take to guide the ship through everything, through the rough times, through the good times, all that. You know what I'm saying? Like if you don't build that type of trust, then the relationship gonna fail regardless of how great that man is, how sweet that man is, all that. Because eventually he's gonna get tired of you stepping in the way of him. Eventually. And that for a lot of men, for a lot of good men, that take years because he's hoping that you can slow that shit down. Be like, look, you can be dominant outside this household, but the moment you step in that garage and get out that car, you need to turn all that off. You get what I'm saying? Because I tell women all the time, man, like no matter how powerful you become, when they knock on their door, that's the lawn man, that's the service guy. Anybody that knock on that door, they looking for the man of the house. They're not asking who the lady of the house is to speak to that woman. They're not. So if you know that role, I see you, Caleb. They're not asking. They're not asking for
They're
you.
not, because I've been in sales for a long time, and the number one thing men say, let me talk to my wife before they can make any major decision. Talking about, oh, okay.
The
That's
same way.
including you. But the number one person they looking for is the man. And then the man goes to his wife for counsel. That's how it should be. But if you don't allow the counsel to happen, then you fighting the endless
some
battle.
hell up in that shit.
Exactly. So that's why I see the line.
Just say, let me ask my wife, so they won't have the ones to
That's
say
a
no.
cop out.
They don't
I
really
was
be
in
asking their
I was in
wives. They're
sales
just
for
copping
15
out.
years. It's a cop out. It's a cop out.
Most of the time it is. Most of the time.
Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not.
Most of the time it is.
All the time it
can
is.
you
If a man say I got to talk to my wife, he don't want to buy from you.
That's a fact. But if you want them solar panels like I want, I gotta have counsel. I can't just make a decision and say, yeah, let's do it. You get what I'm saying? Because that changes financial thing.
There's actually specific rebuttals to give to these type of people for men specifically that say, let me go to my wife. Well, I'm pretty sure your wife will be very happy if you take this smart, decision, because you're feeding his ego. So when you feed that ego of the man, making feel like he's the one that makes the decision, you're gonna make that sell.
Well, I guess it depends on what you're selling. I'm talking insurance,
everything.
I'm in sales, so
$500 to
from
$700
cable
a
TV,
month.
from cable TV to Corvettes, it's all the same. Any man will tell you. It's the biggest excuse ever in a sale. If you think a man, when he ready to go buy a Corvette or Camaro, say, let me talk to my wife.
Even when
hey, and I'm that type of man. I do that because I understand the difference in financials it's gonna bring on. Because if I go get that vet, at the very least, that vet gonna cost me $1,500.
If you went to get the vet smooth, you already talked to your girl.
That is a fact too. That is if I'm on the route, the decision was already made.
But that's different. You're going to buy versus someone coming to you to sell is two different things.
That is true.
All right.
But listen, when it comes to, I want you to, Smooth, can you give me another example? Because when it comes to a salesperson dealing with a home, usually a smart salesperson would say, I can't, we got to be together. You got to be husband and wife there at the same time before the presentation even starts.
Yeah.
So is there something else that you can give us an example of that a husband would be like, you got to cut this domineering thing out because I can't take it? Can you give me another example?
Man, I would like to give you a personal example that I'm going through, but I can't speak on that without approval. A couple people on the panel know what I'm going through.
Okay.
But it's, in my opinion, I would say it like this. It's knowing what to say and what not to say at all moments. You know what I'm saying? Because for most men, like when you with your husband, you expect your husband to be a gentle beast all the time. No matter what y'all doing, you expect him to be a gentle beast all the time. But in the moments of being that, what if he make the wrong decision? What if he embarrass you? You get what I'm saying? Like that's the stuff that you're not looking for, that you would expect him to understand. The same with the woman. The man expecting his woman to know when to act in turn, like know when to speak in turn. Mm-hmm. And if y'all don't have that type of grounding, it's gonna be a lot of sad nights and a lot of arguments. Because nobody know where they stand.
That kind of goes back to being a wife, though. A wife knows and should carry herself in a certain way.
A wife should know, but divorces happen every day.
They wouldn't wives. They would get married.
This should know thing. I just believe in communication. You feel me? This whole I'm just supposed to know shit.
That's like
you can't. There's no way that you can cover every scenario, though. That you can't. Things just happen, and if your husband expects you to respond a certain way or not to respond, they just expect that you should know that. And what he's saying is, if we do different, then it would be embarrassing to him as a man, and it would be like, okay, babe, when you got in the car, you can't be embarrassing me like that. Because sometimes it's simple as allowing your husbands to be wrong. You know, if like if you know for a fact it was $100, but he said $300, instead of just sticking with his $300, you say, no, baby, it was 100. You didn't mean anything by it, but you corrected him. That would be a no-no, but you didn't know.
You can't correct your husband.
Oh no, she got to correct me. It's $100.
No. You don't correct your husband. I'm not talking about between you and, you know, us in a conversation. I'm talking about out in public, maybe with a group of friends or at a dinner table or a dinner party or something like that. You shouldn't correct your husband because it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter whether it's 300 or 100. It doesn't really matter. So why bother to correct him? Now, just like I said, we think different. To us, it was nothing, and it might have been done, you know, just. Oh no, baby, it was 100. You didn't care. I mean, it was no big deal to you either, but to him, it was emasculating because you corrected him. He's the man.
I corrected my husband before, and it was, to me, it was a dire situation. We had guests over. The man was very afraid of dogs. We got a big ass dog, right? And he kept saying, no, I don't want to meet your dog. My husband's like, he's friendly. I can see dude freezing up, right? And I'm like, if he lets this dog out, this is going to be really bad. And in that moment, I was like, hey, listen. He's pretty serious. He don't want to meet the dog, you know? So in that moment, I'm going to make my guests feel comfortable. My husband thinks the world of that dog. But if this person, and this is a real example. So yeah, I corrected him because I didn't want anything to happen to my guests. I didn't want him to freak out. Didn't want the dog to bite him. So in that situation, do you just sit back and let your man make a big decision? And then your guests get bid, things go bad. The woman just supposed to say nothing?
That could have been something that your husband needed to walk through. He maybe, if it was a lesson to
somebody else,
if it was a lesson to be learned, I mean, because we really don't know what would have happened.
But no, my dog bites.
Again, your husband probably knows that though. Your husband probably knows that. And if
another guest, not with me when I come, you know, make sure I'm straight. Okay.
Your husband probably knows that the dog bites or what have you, but sometimes men are growing too. They're not just robotic. They have feelings, they have to grow, they don't know everything. And if there was something that he had to experience, I think we should, well, you know, if he didn't mind, I guess.
But that's me. I will tell you this though.
First of all,
a lot of men are not to be husbands for real.
So I don't know. I'm sorry.
Say that again, Smooth. I'm sorry. And Kayla, say what you said again.
To be honest, a lot of men, they don't know how to be husbands for real in this generation.
I mean, I don't know what that actually means. I mean, not all of them have it together, and nobody does. But if they want to be
having it together, because I don't think, in my opinion, I don't expect y'all to have it together. Even if both of y'all are successful, y'all successful independent. Y'all not successful together yet. That's a different game.
Yeah.
By the time you get married, the man that you marry, as me marrying a man, he should definitely be able to have provision and to protect me, and for me, be a God-fearing man. There's certain standards that I have that he would have to have in place. Now, if he's perfected all those other things, like making absolute money decisions and being, you know, clicking all the time, no, because he's still a person and he's growing, and you know, he's coming from being a single person to a married person. That's different. But when you say not all men are husbands, I'm assuming that's what you're saying, right?
No,
Yeah.
They're not husband material. Anybody can be married. Any man can marry.
I'm agreeing with you, but that's for a woman to figure out. You know, if the man doesn't come with a certain amount of things, then we shouldn't be marrying him.
No, he can be successful. He can be a dominant man in his field. But as far as like relationship leadership, that's something he would never have.
I mean, but I don't find value. I mean, I'm not sure what you mean by in his field. I'm dealing with purpose, God-fearing, provision, protection. I'm dealing with the blueprint. So if he's not coming that way, then he shouldn't be married. All that other stuff can come later. He can get a job anywhere. He could be an entrepreneur. He can do whatever he got to do to provide money. But see, I don't put my value in money because I happen to know money comes and goes. So I'm a little bit different. Now, other people might, you know, value money, but I've had some, lost some, all through all these years that I've been here. So I'm not money is good, but
so I know a dude that's when he was by himself, great leader, everything a woman would want, he was that. The moment he got married, the pressure, and only men know this, the pressure of being the husband and final decision and guiding it all, and the pressure of that, a lot of men fold under that, no matter how great he was as a boyfriend, as a fiance. So they can have all of the provisions that you see in them up until y'all get into them stretches of being married. That's a different pressure for all men, and all men handle it different.
Yeah, I agree with Smooth on that, because the thing is, like, how's he handled that level of adversity? You look at his circle of friends, you get his pillars of influence, how he leads on certain things. But again, like when you have that family, you gotta lead him a certain way. So
I mean, I agree with him too, but that's what the
way,
wife is
though?
for. That's what the wife is for.
What way though? Right? See, this is what people don't understand, right? And I think this is where a lot of people miss the point. At the end of the day, now listen, it doesn't matter if that man leads the way you want him. If you married him, he's still your leader. If you don't like the way he lead, get out. Run for the hills. This is what I keep telling. Like, it's weird to me how we have all these women, and I'm pointing out our black women who say they want a God-fearing man. They want a man that loves Jesus, but don't none of y'all follow the rules of God when it comes to y'all marriage. Not nail one of y'all. It doesn't matter if you don't like his leadership. He's still the lead. If you don't like the lead, divorce him.
Yeah.
Or how about you saw it before you actually jumped the broom?
And that too.
That too. But the thing is, like, can you trust that man to tell you the truth in spite of your feelings at the time? Because some people, they'll go along and fail just to make that person feel good.
Well, don't tell me nothing. Just act it out. I think we've already said that. Don't say nothing. Just do what you're supposed to do.
Ronan.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes the truth in that moment isn't the right thing to say.
Yeah,
and that's what a man knows.
And I get what your point is, like that level of discernment of how to disseminate leadership. Everything doesn't have to be blunt force honesty or something like that. You have to understand, like, that's the whole thing about understanding who you're dealing with, how to communicate with that person, how to get the best out of that person, how to really get that person, or actually learn how to read the room and not embarrass that person yourself as best you can. But
it's
really,
emotional security.
And that's the thing about most of security and intelligence, but most people tend to lack that.
So you saying lying to yourself, you win?
No, it's not even lying to yourself. It's like, look, you don't have to sit there and go full body on that person like that. Say, look, I'm gonna break it down like this, not as a child, but out of respect. And not have to sugarcoat it either. Like you said, you gotta learn how to fucking like delegate that information to that person. That way they can receive. They can feel some kind of way, but they trust you enough to, like, okay, I know where this is coming from. This person means my well-being, and then you're like, I may feel some kind of way with it, but I'm gonna roll with this and see it through. Even if he fails, see how he recovers from that.
Yeah, just real quick, man. I think it's, at the end of the day, what they're saying is that certain nuances that you can only get from on-the-job training in terms of marriage, and that's why I can't really agree when people say, "Nah, man should come to the marriage of husband, or the wife comes to the marriage of wife." No, you don't. You don't. There are nuances that when you get there are gonna be different than the training tape. I don't know if any of y'all play sports, right? But they got some dudes that's just incredible in practice in terms of, let's say, basketball offenses. They get incredible. He hitting every shot, making all his free throws, all his lays, all that. Nice handle, all that. Put him in the game, championship with it on the line.
Joke.
He'll fold like a damn lawn chair. So again, it's certain things to where you got to be a part of it. You got to be in it to really master it, and especially when it comes to people, because everybody's unique. You got somebody who done been married before, but that was a totally different woman than the woman he with now. Now I got to learn the nuances of this woman in the midst of a marriage. And again, that pressure that Smooth talking about, meaning if this shit fall, it's on me. Yeah. So I gotta have eyes everywhere. I can't make emotional decisions. I gotta see shit 3 steps down the line. Even when you losing your shit and the kids going crazy and all that, I gotta be level-headed and I gotta figure out how to navigate this specific shit. And fact is that you could train, you could read as many books, you can get as much advice as you want, but you'll never be a husband or never be a wife. Let me rephrase: a good wife, good husband in that relationship until you in it and you learn the nuances of it. That's what they're saying. But real quick, we ain't gonna spend too much time on that. We still got Queen and we still got Sayeda to answer this question, and then we're gonna pay some bills real quick. Go ahead, Queen. Where's the line between being a strong woman and needing your man? How do you balance that?
I think it's 2 separate things, right? I think it's 2 separate things. Needing and wanting someone is completely different than personal character traits or personal characteristics that you have of being strong, right? Because you can turn that up and down. That's like a burner. You know, you can adjust the temperature. You know, being independent, you can adjust that. But needing someone is making a decision that I am going to be with you through and through. And then when we say man, are we talking about a man or a husband? Because that would completely change my response. I need my husband. But if we're talking about single women that are dating, you're not supposed to need every man and treat every man the same that you encounter. What are you doing? What are we doing? What are we saying? So that's a completely different conversation. So should a woman need her husband? Absolutely. Should she need her man? That just depends. Now we're talking about compatibility, the ability to read the room, to assess him, to assess, are we a good fit? And I think that's what Smooth was saying. He could be great at work and horrible in a relationship. There's so many different dynamics. That's my response.
I agree. Real quick, if you had to get some advice on a woman who has a strong, independent mindset coming into a marriage, how do you temper that in order to be the woman that you need to be for that marriage? Because there's a transition that has to take place. What advice would you give her as far as making that transition?
Me, Trill?
Mm-hmm.
So there's conversations that you probably would have had leading up to marriage. There should be conversations about when you envision your life. You're talking about what that looks like between the two of you. Somebody said that, I can't remember. You should be having those conversations somewhere. 90 days, 60 days, 6 months, either you decide I can go with that or I can't. You know, by that time, you know what his finances look like. You know what his temperament is. You know what his family values are. You know how he wants to raise his children. You know if he has a good relationship with his mother, how that's going to impact you or not. And then you gather all of that data, and he gathers all of the data on you. And then like two healthy adults, you either go for it, go for the gusto, which is marriage, or you walk away. Did I answer your question?
Definitely. Basically, do due diligence and gather as much intel as you can, and then look in that mirror and make an honest decision in terms of whether or not you can adapt to what's necessary for this thing to work. So yeah, no, I agree with that 100%. Saida, where's the line between being a strong, independent woman and needing your man? How do you balance that as a woman?
Well, to be honest, all my life I've been around men. There's always been a man in my house, my grandpa, my father, my brothers, so I'm used to that energy, and I feel like I want it and I need it. And I am strong. I am independent. I've been a single mother. I had to do many things on my own. I was vulnerable, but I knew that I needed my father to protect me, to take care of me and my child. I needed my brother, 2 siblings in the house. So when I'm around them, I don't lift anything. It's not even about something that I can do. It's just like, it's something that it makes you feel like you're spoiled in a way. I don't want to use that word, but it's kind of like, I like it. I want to tell them, hey, can you, do this for me? And they're like, really, do it. Like, if I ask them nicely, and I'm teaching my daughter, hey, can you ask them, in a nice way? Because sometimes she goes to her uncle. It's like, can you do, but it's like, ask correctly. And those are things that it feels good when they do it, and it comes from the heart. But I think it's more like the line is, if you really see the value in a man, and men's worth, not from the money, but what he represents in the household. And for that, you respect that, and you really want that. You invite that to your life. You really want the energy around you, the way I see it.
Well said, like that. All right, man, we're going to pay some bills real quick, then we're going to get to our next line of questioning. First and foremost, man, Marvel Bishop, my dog, in the building, man, with the cookie bar. Appreciate you, big dog. It's family up there. Always showing love, man. Appreciate you. We got Davon with the fireball. Self-preservation is a necessity. Life skills is a necessity. Problem is we apply fight or flight tactics that worked 30 years ago. It's very true. Transitions it got to be made, man. Are you only left behind fat boy with the 2 ball? Hell yes. I don't even know what that was for, but he was emphatic about it. Appreciate you, big dog. Marcus, the 5 ball. Brother Ricky, too raw with the truth. The voice John is hilarious. I said, they should have never gave y'all niggas roadcasters, I swear. Grizz Treats too about Ricky voice. Y'all beggars. Appreciate you, bro. Fatty in the building. The 20 ball. What up, bro? We say, let's go, Fantasy. Thank you for being a good sport. Salute to Lucky, Ricky, King Sheba, and the crew. Appreciate
You're welcome,
you, big
Queen.
dog. All right, who we got? House of Hypocrites, the fireball. Why does a man have to be put on stipulation for a woman to be feminine? If you're on this panel as a woman, manless, that's your issue. All right, we appreciate the donation. Big Dog Grizz Treats too. How many ways do you have to communicate? Five things. if y'all don't know what the 5 things
Oh
is,
my
man,
God.
two live streams ago.
Only 2 seems longer.
Well, it's hilarious. They want two ball. Don't correct them like a child is what they mean. Yeah, facts. If you correct that man like a child, you're gonna lose our respect for you. Relationship gonna be over with. Big Mel, 20 ball. What up, bro? Say, hey, family, love y'all from Detroit. Shout out to the D, man. Always. I got some real ones out there, man. Message with the 20 ball. Say there is a line, but women don't want there to be one. They want both. Can't have it all, beloved. Why? Because of ego. It's always the ego. That's just the way it is. That's how society is, from work to relationships. I agree with that. Appreciate you, big dog. Davon, too. A lot of us are learning on the job and need grace. That's facts.
Yes.
That's facts. Because I know damn well I was learning on the job. I didn't know a damn thing about being no husband, and I almost crashed the ship in the process of learning. Yeah, but
I crashed it a few times.
You know what I mean? It was real shit. Appreciate you. Eugene, the fireball. Keep in mind that a leader is still part of the team. Therefore, a man must allow the woman's input before making a decision. It's facts. It's facts. Nisi with the fireball, sending good vibes. Salute to the crew. Appreciate you, Nisi. You already know. Biggin with the 10 ball. Trill, stop talking about James. So I like that. He doing the best he can. Hey, that nigga about to be hooping in China. That's real rap. He keep up what he doing. Appreciate you though, bro. He gonna be in Taiwan somewhere with that step back. Marcus, the 2 ball. Dope conversation so far. Appreciate you, bro. Pulling up on us, man. JB3 with the 5 ball. Security boss. Teach, Queen. Appreciate it. Andre with the 5 ball. Vet purposely and properly. Date accordingly. It'll all come out in the wash. I agree with that one. Ikine, 2 ball. You guys left me out of this. Appreciate you, bro. All right. Again, if y'all enjoying the conversation, man, and it done been a hell of a one so far. Hold on. Kenny T in the building. Last time I learned on the job, I got fired on my thing off. This is crazy as hell. Appreciate you, bro. Retro Chuck, the 5 ball. Ain't got a statement. He just wanted to show love. Appreciate you, big dog.
They caught him stealing boxes on his day off.
Got his
idiot.
I snitched on him too. We're going to talk about that off camera, but neither here nor there. All right. Y'all enjoying the conversation. Make sure y'all tap that like button, man. We appreciate everybody pulling up on us. Crusader Nation, deep as hell in the building as always. Thank y'all, man. We're gonna get into the next situation. I kind of referenced it earlier. It seems as though, and it's just in my opinion. So I guess I'm gonna go first on this one, right? Since I never get to go first. Never. You know what I mean? We're gonna make some changes to that tonight. Do men today still take pride in being able to provide for their woman? Hell no, they don't. They do not. A lot of men, I would say most,
Okay.
would rather they woman out there bringing that money to the crib. And so much so to where their lifestyle depends on the money that woman is bringing to the crib. If she stopped working, he would have to move out of that house. He would have to get one of those cars back. Things of that nature. That's what I mean by lifestyle is affected. And I think a lot of men in this era are comfortable with that. Now, see, me, I have old school principles. I can't be comfortable with that. If my wife leave me tomorrow, I'm going to still be in the same big ass house I'm in. I'm going to still be driving the same cars I'm driving. I'm going to still have the same lifestyle, right? Because as a man, you need to always be able to hold shit down all the way around, because you never know. Your woman may have kids and she may not want to work no more. That's your wife. So if she ain't in the mood, she want to stay home and raise the kids, a man need to be able to step up and take care of business while she stays home and raises them kids. I feel like that's the duty of a man. We say protect, provide. That's part of it, right? But a lot of men don't take enough pride in that. Like, it's pride as a man. Like, when I can pay for this trip, you know what I'm saying? And she don't put no money in, and we go just have a blast to where money ain't an issue. I can swipe, I can do whatever. Like, I take pride in taking my kids, you know what I'm saying? Salute to my baby, to the toy store, man, and just letting her do her shit. I'm not getting to the counter and be like, hey, baby, you mind going half on this with me? Like, it's none of that. Like, as a man, you take pride in providing for your family. Like, it's a pride thing. Like, it makes me smile inside. I don't have to buy me nothing. But if I can buy them whatever they want, I'm great with that. And that's the pride that I'm talking about. I feel like a lot of men in this era, unfortunately, don't take that kind of pride. They kind of depend on their woman to help them financially. And I feel like that's the issue. But we're going to go to Fantasy Island Girl. She's been kind of quiet. We're going to go to you next. Do men today still take pride, with a capital P, in being able to provide for their woman, in your opinion?
No, I think most people are looking for partnerships now and not so much looking to be sole providers like they were back in the day. So it's not that. I think they take pride in the part that they play, in the part that they do provide. So as long as they're providing something, they don't feel like they're failing at their mission of being a provider and protector. Even if you were in a situation where your girl was being attacked, you're probably going to defend her, but she's also going to be fighting them off too. So it's like they don't feel like it has to be 100% them for the finance or the protection anymore. It's like, we're going to do this together. And they both are agreeing on that. So I think they still have that pride in being able to provide. It's just not 100% for their woman.
Just real quick. Is it really providing if it's not 100%? Just a quick question.
Yes, providing. So when somebody sends me some help, like my mom, I don't have to ask her for anything, but she'll be like, hey, baby girl, check your account. And she did provide something for me. It wasn't like she provided everything. She's not paying my rent, but she did provide something for me. I'm very appreciative of that. It's just not going to cover everything.
Okay. All right. Appreciate it. Rona, do you feel like men in this era take enough pride in being able to provide for their woman? Why not?
Hell no. There's a lot of handsome holocausts, a lot of couch surfing bums, a lot of tender dicks out here who are looking for another mother to sleep with. And I have guys who are relatives. I've seen guys basically have their chick pumping gas and he's in the front seat chilling. I've seen guys hugging their girl from behind while she either makes a big purchase. I've seen a lot of guys go out there while she's basically doing his job. He's just got his crunchy feet kicked up like it's cool. I take personal pride in being able to be that protector, provider, problem solving, procreator. Like I set the tone there. Like I tell people, if it's not from the heart, don't start. But in the meantime, I consider what this person needs. Either I have it on my phone or it's a part of the agenda. But I say, for the most part, there's a lot of crunchy foot bastards who do not stand and deliver. Their leadership skills are lacking. As Smooth said, that PlayStation is smoking, but them bills keep climbing. And some even think that she's supposed to really chip in 75% while he takes his money and buys games. I've seen that. So you got to take pride in being the head and not the ankle.
Appreciate you. Saida, do you feel like men in this era take enough pride? Maybe they provide for their wife, they woman.
No, I don't think they are. But I have to say, I think they want to do it. But the economy, everything is so effed up that it's not allowing them to do, and then they don't put the effort that is necessary for them to actually do it, and then they settle or they get stuck with this mentality, or this is what I can provide. So they see that as a provision and they don't want to do more. So the willingness is there, I think, but they see it, whatever I can give right now, that's what I can give. And you should settle, you should get stuck with me with this. That's their mentality right now. That's the way I see it. But no, not too many men are doing it, unfortunately.
Damn. I'm making man look bad. I feel bad. I didn't contributed to the tirade against Queen. Do you feel like men in this era still take pride being able to provide with a capital P for their woman? Why not?
Okay, say the pride. What did you say? Take pride in, Kim? Say that last part.
Yeah, do men today take enough pride with a capital P in being able to provide for their woman, man?
Some of them. I'm not going to say no. Some of them do. The question is, okay, some of them do. I'm going to be honest. There's some really good guys out there. He may not be stunting or flossing on the internet. He may be sitting quietly back in the bushes, working hard, getting up every day at 4 or 5 a.m., great work ethic, working hard to progress at his job, to get a promotion. Most women don't want to start with his baseline, so he gets overlooked. But there are some men that will work 2 jobs to take care of you. But if it ain't coming in the right package, I think we confuse that with, no, they don't want to provide. They don't take pride. There's a lot of them that do, but they quietly sit back because they know they get overlooked. Because the playing field is not equal anymore. We want the biggest, shiniest thing that's out there, whether it's a fake chain, a fake deal that they just signed, with a record label. We want a scammer that's swiping somebody else's credit cards. We whatever we can see, right, with the eyes, as opposed to just great basic values. So there are some really good men that are willing to take care of you, that do have pride about taking care of you. The baseline may not be the same as what you see on the internet.
All right, now you know I gotta hold you to the fire because you said something.
No.
You had to give a percentage on men who you feel like take pride in being able to provide for their woman. What percentage of these men would you say that is?
That would take pride. A percentage of men, probably, I would give men credit this one. I'm gonna say about 60%.
Okay.
60.
Okay.
I'm talking everyday men. Everyday men. He may not make 6 figures. Okay. Why are you looking like that, Smooth?
Because, man, I don't.
His wherewithal. I'm talking about his wherewithal, right? Yeah. Go ahead, Smooth. I want to hear this.
So look, I haven't met a man in life, I care less how sorry he was, that didn't want to provide for his woman. I haven't met a man in life, whether he want to do it the lazy way or if he want to be a straight hustling, go get it. I haven't met a man in life that just say, you know what? Man, when I get this woman, man, look, if I'm paying my half, she paying her half, and hey, if she ain't got hers, we dead. I don't want no man doing it.
With all due respect,
Man,
Smooth,
he gonna pay.
With all due respect, Smooth, they out here. There are guys out here. There are guys out here with 3.5 pair of draws.
And they ain't even coming what they have. They falling short. I'm not saying all of them. I'm just saying there are definitely some out there that are not.
Hey, I don't speak for the bums.
No, it's not even bums. It's not even bums.
I think men to men, they say one thing, but then when they're with women, there's another story. Behind closed doors, it's something different.
But Smooth, it's not even bums. And I think, Trill, I told you about this before. There was someone that I was seeing that's a successful reporter. He's a successful reporter. And he literally was like, he want to go 50-50, at most 60-40. He feel like it's too much burden, too much pressure. And what do he need you here for if you don't contribute? He literally felt like we never dated. It never even got to a date.
Hey, he's lying. You know what the truth was?
He literally was like, but LA is expensive. And like, if you work, we could have $1 million house but if you don't work, then we will have to live like, and I was like, what? I'm like, you can just wait till you get the promotion to the main segment and then we can move into $1 million house. And he's like, no, but we can move in there now if you, and I'm just like, okay.
I'm glad you said that. He was lying to you.
Why? What is the benefit of him lying right there?
Look,
He was not going to do it for her.
She's an
so
attorney.
men in my generation, you know what I'm saying, has woke up to know when we get divorces, like when we be in long-term marriages and we get divorces from women, odds is the man loses.
Yes.
That's overwhelming odds. That's nothing to discuss. So if you never work, let's say you worked, but you didn't provide nothing towards the household. Nothing. He bought the crib, he bought your cars, all that. When y'all get a divorce, you gonna want half of what he produced. Because that's a fact. He produced that. No matter what you was doing, you didn't put a dime towards it. Or even if you did, let's say you paid, let's say y'all was together 10 years, right? And 2 of them years you provided some help because he was in between, he was trying to get it together, he got it together.
Okay.
Right? Do you feel like you are entitled just because you provided for a 2-year span the lifestyle he afforded you for them 8 years?
Do I think I'm entitled to what?
To the crib, to half the bank account, to half his pension, to half his 401k. Because that's what being on the table.
I think I'm entitled to whatever was earned during the marriage.
That's why men want you to go 50-50 right there. Look, let me reverse it. Let's say you was the one that said,
I don't really I believe that I'm entitled to okay, because when we look at the average man, okay, and the average male income, not talking about that person because that person makes above average. We look at the average male income, a very attractive woman can actually make more being single than being with you. If we look at the money, just the money. Okay. So I believe that whatever we both made during the marriage, not prior, whatever we made during the marriage, it was our, and I believe we should split.
But
now,
that's not,
you may have accumulated prior or any type of inheritance or whatever. I get that. I'm not even trying for that. But whatever
you know what's crazy?
When we were together.
But what's crazy about that situation?
You.
But look, what's crazy about that situation? It never works like that. Never. Say he get a big inheritance from his family, his mom's and
that
dad.
Never happens too.
He get land, he get houses, all that type of stuff.
What is this, fairy tale land?
No.
Why won't that happen? What is wrong?
That rarely. Are you serious, SBU? You know that rarely happens.
No, I don't know.
It rarely happens that this man comes into some random money.
It may not be inheritance. Okay.
People die and they have insurance policies. It happens
real quick. I just have a quick question about what Smooth is asking. So Smooth, are you factoring in children if she has children for you? So
are factoring in all of that.
Okay.
All of that, right?
Okay.
Let's just face it, dog. Like, no matter what this man do for you, right? If you sat there and didn't provide anything, and he like, look, I'm 15 years down the line, he say, look, man, hey, I'm done with this, man. Let me get up out of here. You get what I'm saying? You gonna feel like you are entitled to the house that he built. You entitled to the cars that he bought, the bank account he accumulated, and you will feel attacked if you was working and he was like, well, look. If we're gonna break down everything, look, we're gonna break down your bank account too. You gonna feel like, hell nah, that was your job. And that's what men has been facing for hundreds of years. So my generation don't say,
I think we should split everything, both
my generation, and that's for you, and for you, like that's out the norm. Most highs gonna mostly go for most men. They're gonna come off a half of what they put on that table.
Right, but we looking at the average median, there really isn't a whole lot to get at when you make it 50K. I mean, it's really not that much to get. I mean, how many I mean, I think less than 30% of Black people are even homeowners. I mean, what are women getting? We always have this conversation about getting
So
50. What are women
if we gonna
getting? What are they getting?
if we're
What are
gonna
they
put it
getting?
together right, if we're gonna put the
Less than
numbers
30% of
together,
our
if
people
you
even
gonna play it like
own
that,
houses. Y'all believe
Caleb,
what are they
if
getting?
we gonna put it like that, we all know this as a fact. When a man gets married, if his wife wants a crib, he will go through tooth and nail. He will sever an arm to go get that. If she
Yeah.
For
wants
her,
land,
right?
And you're
For
right.
her,
no
right?
matter,
Married
yeah.
You
people
got
are
the car
still
for her
renting.
also, right?
Look.
A
He gets
majority
these
of
things
married
for
people are
her.
still renting. So he wants
But he
that.
gets
I
in,
know he wanted. I want it for him too. But majority of married people are still renting. He doesn't like
Okay,
that's just the number.
but even if he
and I hear
does,
you. I
even if he
definitely
does,
hear
he's
you.
giving it to you, and you can't just take it back because you're getting divorced. Like if you bought me a car while we were married and we got divorced, you're not going to take my car back. It's obviously a gift and it's obviously mine.
That
So
is
I'm
true.
not saying things like, oh, this is your car and you let me drive it. No, it's usually, oh, baby, I'm going to buy us a house. Oh, baby, I'm going to buy you a car or us a car. So if you're putting it in those terms that this is ours, it is ours. When we divorce, we have to separate it. It's not like he's coming in, oh, this is
Okay.
mine. You in my house.
I see what you do.
Okay. So I hear all the time in this space, right? The man's supposed to provide and all that type of shit. But let's say you working. Off your logic, let's say you working, you getting some money. It can be average bread,
Yeah.
right? And you ain't put nothing towards the house. Your money was savings money for when y'all supposed to retire, y'all, whatever the hell y'all want to do, right? So let's say over that 10-year span, you've been saving 50,000 a year. You've been saving your whole everything every year.
Okay.
And then y'all get a divorce.
That's
Will
half
you
his
be-
money.
You
That's
think
half
that
his
woman
money.
is gonna come off half that bread?
That is half his money for sure. I would not have gotten
And
that
you-
money if
I
he didn't
personally
pay the
you
bill.
saying
Are
that,
you
but for the
serious?
field,
marry a boss.
that's not going that way.
Give more.
He
He's
paid
not.
all the bills and let me save every penny for my whole, like I didn't pay anything.
But
That is
look,
obviously half his money.
Fantasy Island, look, you feel like that, but the majority feel of women is not gonna want to come off that bank account.
Hey,
Not
feel
even half.
like
No, I'm not
that.
saying all. I'm saying half. You're saying they won't come off half?
They won't come off half. Why? Because they looking at it like, oh, I done been saving all this money. Let's say it's 400,000 you done saved over this 10-year span, right? Because you didn't have to put nothing towards the household.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
You
dramatic.
looking at it like I gotta restart my life. You don't want to go stay in no apartment. You want to buy you a crib.
You got
You get what I'm saying?
$200,000. Go buy you a crib.
You still gotta pay for it. So you ain't gonna want to come off half of that because half of that going to the house. I'm already coming off half because I gotta pay that for the house. That's how women look at it. So men looking at it like, oh, no, I stand to lose too much.
So
My
why would you
grandfather-
punish
my
your
grandfather
wife
left all
for
this.
an arrangement that
Huh?
why would you punish your wife for an arrangement that you set up? If you're financially capable of taking care of your family and should the marriage not work, why would you punish your wife? I don't understand your argument, Smooth. I'm trying to
Look, Queen. First off, she's not my wife no more. Secondly,
Oh, okay.
the agreement was that
Gotcha.
money that you save is for both of us. It ain't just for you.
Yes.
That's what's the agreement.
Just like the house, just like the cars. These are our things. We're
That's
not gonna be like,
not.
oh,
That's
now we're
honestly.
broken up.
It's
So y'all are just talking about boyfriend, girlfriend.
No, we're talking about marriage. When you are married and you have marital assets, whether it's your
honestly,
dollars
we're just gonna
or
go
your
by what's in
house.
the prenup. We're
What'd you
just
say?
gonna go by what's in the prenup. We're not going to. We already
Most
figured
people
out.
not
Most
getting
people
prenup,
don't have no
Taylor.
prenup.
Most people not
Exactly.
getting
That's
prenup.
not even
Okay,
real, Taylor.
but most people should. Okay.
Okay.
So y'all should go
Good.
by what y'all thought was fair when y'all were on good terms, and when y'all on bad terms, still go by what y'all agreed.
Did she do that though?
Fair.
Did she say when it was negotiable for her, how come when it's time to leave, I deserve half, but when it's him, she gets to pick up and just leave without him feeling away? But he has to compromise even still in the divorce when you said, I don't want you to provide for me no more. I want to be away from you. But it's like I still want you to provide because I did some stuff during the marriage that I didn't want to do. So did he.
Most times that's when children are involved. You don't just see a judge give a woman without children half, unless you're talking about what was it, Bill Gates and Melinda? But she's still at most times we're talking about
over 20 years. If she gets
the child involved has nothing to do with alimony.
Most times
years.
Alimony and child support.
Alimony and child support are separate.
No, most times I think the examples that we're using that we see played out in the media, there are children involved, and most times women get half based. Yeah, they based on
often alimony.
No, but that's not what we're talking about. You guys are changing the story. You guys are changing the scenario right now. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. You started bringing in kids, but we were talking about.
He said he was talking about kids. I asked him earlier. I said, "Are you factoring in children?" He said, "Yes, I am."
But that wouldn't be the same payment. That's the point that I'm making. Your child support is completely separate from your alimony that you would be paying your wife, the 50%. I'm just saying you're talking about apples and oranges. That's all I'm saying.
All right, real quick, guys. Let's reel it in. Okay, this thing has gone on long enough. I try
City
to let
girls
y'all
down 1,000.
always go in circles. You know what I'm saying?
City girls down
it's actually
1,000.
well, hold on. Smooth didn't answer it, so it's on Kayla now. In terms of, do you feel like men take pride in being able to provide for their woman in this era?
I would just let that ring. So actually, we gotta answer that after this. But okay, mind your business, Ronan. Jesus. Okay. So, do men today take pride in being able to provide for their women? I think a percentage of them do, but I think by large, men take more pride in themselves than they do, providing for their woman. I think a lot of men have a mentality when it comes to providing their woman. Sometimes it's not even in the pride of providing for her. It's for their ego. It's like, I'm that guy. I was able to, ice my woman with blah, 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 blah. It's more about their ego. It's just like being in a club. Like, I'm able to throw more money than you. I'm able to have more bottles than you. Or a lot of the situations in this generation is often about proving himself and his value as a man and what he can do and how he's on and how he got a bag. And the pride is in that. Then I think it is in I get to see her taken care of. I get to make sure she is good and she is straight. She doesn't have worry. She doesn't have stresses. I don't think that thought process is behind it for a lot of men. But I do think there are some, like, my dad and my stepdad, they definitely, but over by large, I think it's more about self than it is about her. And it's more about showing off in terms of who he is as a man than it is about her comfort,
All right, well said. Let's be. Do men in this era take pride in being able to provide for their woman, in your opinion?
I think if they actually could provide, then they would actually take pride in it. But I think what we have now is all men. Let's say it this way. I've never met a man that didn't want to be appreciated. I think all men, no matter how much money they make, I think one thing that men all share is they want to be respected and appreciated. So with that, I would say, yes, they would take pride in providing for their woman. I think what we have today, though, is men are doing a whole lot of negotiating. And I don't think that they're aware going in that all these negotiations that they do relieves them of their responsibility as head of the house, the man in authority, that leadership role. They give it up, actually. And I don't think the women actually intend to have to live in a stressful, scarcity position, but it puts them in that position because now they have to work. They have to make a certain amount of money to live this particular lifestyle. And I think that is just because of the time that we're living in. Everybody wants to be luxurious and have the $300,000 to $500,000 house. So it's requiring both people to make a certain amount of money to do so, instead of just enjoying life and enjoying each other. But if a man could possibly be valued at his average salary or his six-figure salary or whatever, he would definitely take pride in providing for his wife.
All right, well said. Look like Luck busy. We're gonna go to Rick. Feel like men in this era. Oh, you ready, Luck?
Yes.
Oh, okay, there you go. We're gonna hit you with it then. Do men in this era take enough pride in being able to provide for their woman, in your opinion?
Men, not niggas. Okay. So I think men do. I think it's a sense of pride that comes with being able to provide comfort for their kids and the people that they love. Like the one thing we do see in this era, as soon as they get something, the first person they want to provide for is their mother. Now we can argue why, but they want to give something. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's an instinct. I just think that when it comes to relationships today, when they hear probably women in these conversations or calling Kendra G or different things or Kevin Samuels, whatever, that started to broadcast it on a broader scale, I think that they don't really see a return. So it creates fear. And when you have fear, it's kind of like, yeah, I would provide, but if this doesn't work out, it's more times than not, because a lot of the things that the woman provides to the relationship seems negotiable to her. He has to, like SB just said, they're negotiating because they do want women. So they're trying to meet in the middle, but they also don't want to negotiate past what they require. So then you have it to where I do want a woman. Let me try to adjust some things so maybe it'll work. But the key is that the woman has to also be willing to adjust certain things as well. And I think that if you don't see those qualities in a woman, you can pretty much predict where it's going to end up. And do I really want to provide for a woman that can't even adjust certain things for me? Do I want to provide for a woman that can't love me even when she has an attitude? Our relationship is on the rocks because she upset. Do I want to provide for a woman who's ungrateful, who wants to constantly point out things that I feel is small, and she's not looking at the big things that I actually do provide for her other than financial? So I think they don't really see a value in doing it. I think they do take pride in it, but with what's out here and what they're trying to get for the most part and what they're saying, they don't want to provide for those women.
Well said. I agree with that 100%. Rick, it's on you, big dog. Do men in this era take enough pride in being able to provide for their woman?
What else you got? As a black man, I ain't talking about them others. I'm talking about us. As a black man, what else do I got? It's not that they don't take care of they don't take care of you. They don't take care of you. What Queen Sheba said a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, my her trainer, he told me, men got it. They don't want to spend it on you. They don't want to provide for you. And contrary to the proper belief, the game is told. It ain't no need to sell it no more. What else do I got as a black man? Except that my woman say I'll provide and take care of. What else I got? What else I got besides my kid saying he a good dad? What else I got? Let y'all tell it. The downtrodden black man, he ain't got nothing. He don't build shit. This ain't even y'all system. It's like you under the white man system. It's the only thing I can control. And the problem is, like I said, y'all with that, y'all date y'all with penises. So men, hell yeah. It's just y'all expect a man to move the way y'all want him to move. And if y'all knew a man, y'all know men don't do that. That's all I got.
There we have it, man. All right, we're gonna
for Ricky pauses though. Can we?
Hey man,
Long dramatic pause.
No, that's when
boy
he
get
take
his
off his
bag, man.
belt. He take off his belt. That's what happened.
Let that man cook.
My dog in his bag. All right, we're gonna pay these bills real quick. Then we're gonna get to the video that everybody came to see. We're gonna get raw reactions too. I wanna go down like just get raw reactions before I even ask the question for it. But before we do, Dave Arms, 2-ball, man, Harden about to be what Doc at. Hey, that's a fact. They got Doc up out here expeditiously. That's a fact. Appreciate you. Fat Boy for Life, the 5-ball. We do for the right woman, our wife. True. Very, very true. Big G's composition for 2-ball. A lot of men looking for Oprah and that money. Sadly. Marcus, 5-ball to the question. Sadly, yes. Not all, but some. All right. Appreciate you, big dog. Money, 2-ball. Let's be for real. Women created this issue. Andre, 5-ball, help me out. Can you be strong, independent, and still want the man to provide? If you want traditional, shouldn't you be that? I'm just saying. I could be wrong. Appreciate you, Andre. Marcus, 2-ball. Facts, smooth. Dallas, 5-ball. Men do take pride in providing for their woman, especially when a woman is showing their man gratitude. Facts. That's facts, man. Gratitude is the cheat code for all of the ladies listening, man. It's very simple. That's one of the 5 things that we value. The traveling CPA, the 5-ball, smooth as spitting. Men would do anything for a woman they love. It's facts. Stop it now, loser. 2-ball, because you're not worth it, Kayla. Oh, Lord. Marcus, 2-ball, great point, smooth. Sage in the building. What up, bro? The 5-ball, foolish pride is a man being 100% traditional with a woman that is not 100% submissive. A man in this situation, his pride is being used against him. That's a fact. Dallas, 2-ball, the reporter was getting scamming vibes from Kayla. It's hilarious. Eugene with the 5-ball, man can't provide for a woman if he can't provide for himself. Facts. Davon, 2-ball, that's what Gillian Wallow called homeless sexuals or hobosexuals is what we call it. There's plenty of dudes out here that'll gladly sleep on a chick couch. Grizz Treats, the 5-ball, fellas, she feel entitled to half of everything. You ain't entitled to 5 things. Maybe the 40% is on to something. Maybe Pookie is a chess master. Appreciate you, bro. Marcus Evans, smooth. Nigga gave a smooth round of applause. My boy dog was preaching. Appreciate you, bro. Marcus getting smooth is playing chess right now. I love it. Appreciate it. Dallas says smooth is correct. Women are not coming off the path. I agree 100% with that. Marcus, facts, Lucky. Appreciate you. Fat Boy 2-ball, come through. Lucky for the gold. Love, bro. Marcus, Pastor Ricky. Big Saint, the 5-ball. Shout out to Unc, man. Crying, laughing. Fat Boy again with 20 ball. Say, damn it, Ricky. And Big in with the 10 ball. Speak, Ricky. I almost dropped my catfish plate. Tell the truth. All right, man. That's all of them for now, man. I appreciate everybody for donating. We're going to go ahead and get into what we came to see. Gabrielle Union recently did an interview where she was speaking on the dynamics of the household with Dwayne Wade from a Bills perspective. She admitted to going 50-50. So we're going to play this clip, and then I want to get y'all reaction, man. We're going to go right to Queen for the reaction, but we're going to play it first. Here we go.
I struggle with that still, just because I think I just have more responsibilities, for my money. So I get nervous, like, oh God, that movie didn't open, well, what does that mean? Am I going to have enough to hold everybody up? And everyone's like, it's coming, like, calm down. And I'm trying to find peace in the journey, not using my anxiety and scarcity mindset to be my engine, which is hard. It's weird to say I'm head of household because in this household, we split everything 50-50. But in the other households that each of us have to support, it puts there's always this like gorilla on your back that it is like, you better work, you better work. You gonna sleep in? you know, somebody might not eat.
She has a scarcity mindset. And in this household, we go 50-50. So she be up late at night stressing about getting that next role, man, so she can hold up her end, not only in that household, but in other households that they operate in. Queen, what was your thoughts initially when you first seen that?
Hey, I'm gonna go after her.
Hell, I got anxiety for her listening to that. Like, I feel like Gabrielle Union creates her own crazy, if that makes any sense. Like, I feel like she purposely places herself in situations that are not in her favor. With the son, with your child, in Hollywood, starting fights with some of the legends. What else? In this situation, I don't believe her husband told her to pay 50% or demanded that she pays 50%. I don't believe he did. I believe he has more than enough. So I feel like she's creating her own crazy. And I'm curious as to know why. Like, what is she trying to prove? So I actually have a lot of questions.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Go ahead, Smooth. So your thoughts on the video?
Man, what I've seen in her demeanor, I think it's outside things of their marriage that she worried about providing for. You know what I'm saying? Like if you was listening, like she was talking in a way to where she's hoping that she can provide for everything outside of their marriage, including what she have to take care of in her marriage. If she let them things though, she wouldn't be stressing. And that's the discernment a husband should have to cut all that shit down. It's us. If they can't take it like this here, then we don't need to be giving it. And obviously they ain't had that talk yet because she's stretching herself thin. You know what I'm saying? Because when you got that type of money and you married to that type of man, the way you know that even if he lost his legs today, y'all would be straight for the rest of y'all lives. And you stressing about some money, you taking care of too many people. Too many people on your neck. Because if you don't work, they don't eat. And I guarantee you, it's grown motherfuckers that can go work. And that's what she worried about. So is that his problem or her problem? But people will say that's a weak problem now because we married. That's a weak problem. And most men look at it like, damn, I gotta find a way to shut this shit down. But obviously they ain't had that talk yet. Or from what I know from Gabrielle, from what she didn't put out in the public, she want to drag her nuts and see if she can carry it all. Now look where she is. She's stressing. You're gonna drive yourself in the ground, baby. And that's a sad day for you. That's what I would say.
Here's a question real quick. Do you feel like D Wade has the authority to do what you are recommending him do?
I think he should have the authority, but from how she was talking, no. I think she has a really, really, really heavy voice in the wrong way in their marriage. Because your woman has a heavy voice. This is how it works. You get what I'm saying? But I feel like it's guided in the wrong way. You get what I'm saying?
She's also an actress.
Huh?
She's also an actress. So part of that, I'm like, how much of this is acting?
That too. So we'll never know. But from how she sounded and what she said, I feel like it's too much shit she trying to take care of outside of her marriage that she feels she's responsible for. Like when you that rich, in my opinion, I feel like if it ain't mom and dad, that's how I look at it. If it ain't mom and dad, then the rest of y'all, look, I can give y'all a bone here and there, but y'all better figure it out. When I toss y'all this bone, y'all better figure it out. And if you don't, then you ain't a real friend or you ain't real family anyway, because you a leech at that point. And I feel like she got a bunch of leeches on her, and she don't know how to say no and turn it off. So that's bringing about a lot of stress, which in time that will mess with her marriage.
But didn't she say the households outside of ours, like they're both trying to take care of the households outside of them? So it's not that necessarily that she's. Oh,
No, what you said? What? No. We just couldn't hear you.
can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so didn't she say that both of them were trying to take care of households outside of their household? So
Yeah.
they didn't really ask him if he's feeling stressed
But
too.
you know
But
he ain't. Man, come on. The man
I know
100.
he ain't what
The
he
man, the
ain't
man
feeling
100
stressed.
up. The man 100 up.
I
100,
get you.
170 to be
Yeah,
exact.
the
But
man
But
100
that's
up.
the net worth, right? That's the net worth.
No,
That's not
that's
necessarily.
everything. D Wade probably made
So
about
that's
350 on the court. In Florida where they have no state tax. So I'm pretty sure he's
in California.
Huh?
They moved to California
They
because
moved
of
there, but his
where the
fortune
tax
was
is like
made.
almost 40%.
Yeah, but his fortune was made in Florida, not in Cali. His fortune was made in Florida.
Yeah.
They didn't take 40.
I'm just
and
saying,
real
I
quick,
don't
he's
know
still
how
eating
much
on that
he's
shoe
providing
deal.
for on his end too. I'm just saying, I don't know how much he's providing for on his end also.
He's not
But
providing
we don't
for
know
the
if he.
stuff that she is providing for outside of them.
Repeat that, True.
He has other bills outside of her. He got to pay his ex-wife alimony. He has a lot of different bills. He has to probably pay his break baby, whoever she is, some money too. He has expenses. He has quite a few
Do
expenses.
you think he's stressing over them expenses?
But he ain't the one complaining, Kayla. He ain't the one complaining,
They
baby.
weren't asking
He ain't the one
him. That's
complaining,
the
baby.
point. Like
Come
it
on
wasn't
now.
an interview about him. It was her.
Hold on. So I think people who haven't had a lot of money have a misconception of what happens when you get a lot of money. So when you have a lot of money, everything is expensive. Everything costs a lot of money. So you have to understand, when you go from having a certain amount of money in the bank and having money coming in to living on just money in the bank or less money coming in, it does impact it. That house that they bought when he was on the team versus now him being retired and not having an NBA salary. Like you guys, I get it that it's a lot of money, but like when you look at all the expenses, the houses, the cars, the properties, multiple homes, different states, different businesses, business ventures, all these different things. It's not just like, oh, there's money everywhere. I can literally remember getting our tub fixed when I live in Pittsburgh with $6,000. I don't understand how stuff gets expensive, but the shit gets expensive when you start living an expensive life. Everything becomes more expensive. So I get how y'all feel that like, oh, they shouldn't stress about money. Like they shouldn't worry about it, but he's not making the same money that he is, and neither is she, but they're still living the lifestyle as if they were.
All right, so look.
Correlation?
Outside of basketball now, since he's been retired, he brings in $14 million per year.
Okay.
From all the deals and businesses he has.
So now that's in the state of California, right? So minus 38%, how much is left?
I thought it was 25%.
No.
But Cali tax different. They tax.
Tax bracket is 38. So take out 38% of the 14 million.
So let's say he bringing home. Let's say he bringing home half of that, $7 million a year. I'm already 170 up, and I'm getting $7 million a year.
Right, but you still don't know this financial. You still don't know his financial situation. Have y'all watched the documentary How to Get Rich? Have y'all watched it? There was a lady on there that had millions of dollars and still was living check to check, making like $300,000 a month.
Wait, what is Smooth drinking?
To check. Like you don't have money because you have money if you spend it. Just because people are rich don't mean they have good spending habits. Don't mean that they know how to manage their money properly. Don't mean they make good investments. That show will show you. Everybody on that show, except for one guy, were making a lot of money and did not know how to manage their money or where their money was going or how the money was going, paying 1% fees to brokers, unnecessary spending, not even knowing where the money was going, fees. I mean, a lot of people in America just aren't.
Okay. Can I tell you something about men?
Oh,
can I tell you something about
gender
successful men, like men that actually like have a circle of friends that go get it? Men are what they circle are in a sense, right? So his circle is him, LeBron, Camilo Anthony, Chris Paul. Do you think the men is worried about any type of financial anything going on around their life, no matter what happens?
I do.
With that circle of friends.
I do think they're still. I do think they're still.
Say that again. Hold on.
Using their money and still watching it. I do think they are. Yeah.
I'm not gonna sit here and let y'all get this notion across that D Wade is sweating according to his expenses. We're not gonna do that. Like, we just derailed this conversation for 15 minutes for something that's just illogical, right? Let's keep it real. That's not what it is. This is a Gabby issue. This is not a D Wade issue. D Wade is not hurting for money at all. Gabby is putting this on herself unnecessarily. Let's operate from that standpoint because it's the most realistic. All right. Now we're gonna go to Kayla. What was your reaction to what Gabby was saying? Is your reaction that D Wade hurting for money from that video?
No, that wasn't my reaction.
I'm on my smoothest drinking.
I don't think that he's hurting for money. That wasn't my point.
I'm on this right here, champagne tonight. You know, it's actually good. Like, I can't even hate on Snoop shit. Like, it's really
the red wine's better, but yeah.
I wouldn't say all that. I threw that in the garbage. But this one here,
wow.
Is the truth.
I'm gonna have to try it.
Okay.
First off, y'all are doing too much advertising to say we're not getting a check.
Way too much. That's my fault.
That's all I'm saying. But go ahead, Kayla. You were saying.
Nah, like I said, it's not a Dwayne Wade issue. That was a separate topic about financial literacy. Anyway, so I think that overall, I do think that when you are wealthy, there are a lot of people that just have a lot of expectations of you. And so I do believe that they both carry a burden on both sides of like people outside their family, exes, things of that nature. But I also think that Gabby will always see money as a like leverage and control. And so even though I think that Dwayne could cover a lot of things, I think her, you know, being a big contributor allows her to feel like she has a sense of power in the household and in the relationship. Because she pays for things and she contributes highly to the relationship. Because all I know is his first wife wasn't going 50-50. So she wasn't doing none of that. I don't know why Gabby.
She also wasn't taking care of her parents or her friends. Brothers.
No, I believe his first wife was also supporting her mother when they were married. You know what I'm saying?
Was supporting her mother.
He was supporting everybody. Okay.
Exactly.
So my point being is that I don't think that he would have a problem with it, but I do think that she feels a sense of power and control by being able to contribute. And I do think that her contribution does allow them to do more and have more overall than when he was with his first wife, for sure. So I just think that Gabby just has a certain level of control that comes with money that I think will always be important to her in the relationship. I just think the outside people on top of it has created a burden because she's not making the same kind of money. Neither one of them are making the same kind of money as they were at the height of their careers. They're both getting older. They're moving into retirement spaces. Their kids are getting older and the cost of them just go up and up as they get older. So I just think that things are changing and she's starting to feel the pressure of what she took on. And that's just what that is.
That's it. That's B. What's your reaction when you first seen that clip of Gabby?
I just think she's suffering from some trauma from a previous marriage. And she's told herself this will never happen again. And all those things that she's paying for is actually her get out of jail free. She's kind of like setting up something for herself if she needs it. Like, you know, she might be paying for her dad or whomever, but wherever that space is or whatever that space she needs to go to, it's all set up for her too, if she needs to go there. And as far as D Wade being her husband, their relationship seems to me, just on the outside, to be more of a boyfriend, girlfriend. They take good pictures together, what have you, but they're not speaking into each other's life. He don't really care what she do, and she can never care about what he do. You know. Excuse me, y'all. So I think she's setting herself up just in case. She's got like a just in case fund that somebody's taking care of for her. And that is just how it is. And that's why she's so fearful, because she's now got to work really hard. She probably don't want to ask him for nothing, because then that would make her, I think Kayla just said it, it would take her voice away if she feels that way. But he's obviously not that man. Obviously, he's not that man. He's not that man. He's not that dad. He's not that husband. So she's bringing it up on herself, but it's all for her.
Damn. Look, what's your thoughts on the video when you first seen it?
I agree with some of what everyone says, but my first initial thought was she definitely has some traumatic situation where she probably was in a situation where she told herself, I will never be here again. And she's committed to that. I think she has a strong sense of need to assert her independence, even in a relationship, because if you're with a man that got buku, okay, and y'all just bored doing stuff, and let's not act like when we see their pictures, she's not wearing a suit and he's not in something more feminine. So they don't have traditional roles anyway. So I think that in that relationship is normal and she feels comfortable being in that position. So he's allowing her to do so. It's not that he needs it. If you want to pay 50%, go ahead. You know, that's what it just seems like, because she has this desire to assert her independence in every aspect. It probably plays out in the way that they raise their children. It's going to play out in the way that they raise, of course, their daughter to think. So I think that that's her problem. And her to sit here, you know, in the interview and kind of want to get sympathy because I'm just so stressed that we are like together. We're like multi-millionaires and we're just so stressed out because there's so many people we're taking care of, including our son, daughter, and whatever she got going on. And then I want to do, it's like, girl, you don't have no real issues. Like, you're talking to people who have real issues. You're not investing that money in something that normal people in society can say, you know what, Gabby is helping the community. That's not what she's doing. She's talking about her personal issue that she chose to take on. So I agree with Smooth. She's more than likely taking care of adults, because if they only had to worry about the house, your 50% shouldn't be shit. So you paying 50% maybe in your house, but you're paying 100% somewhere else. And I just have a question as to the other responsibilities that you feel like you have. Are you pulling on him to contribute as well because you feel like it's a priority? You know what I mean? Is he, letting you? So they have a very interesting relationship anyway. So I think she's operating in what she's comfortable with. It's her calling to be assertive and be independent. I think that's where she gets her pride and her confidence from.
I agree 1,000%, man. And just for the record, I think D-Wade is definitely helping out with those other expenses. Let's just be real, because it ain't no married man alive that's gonna sit there and watch his woman stress and not do nothing about it. You know what I'm saying? That's just not gonna happen.
Trill, let me ask you this. Has your wife ever stressed over something you thought was small? All of y'all have you ever?
All the time.
What if he listening to this interview like, she's so dramatic? The stress she's talking about is not even that big. Like, we thinking of stuff that we stressed over. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I got to do this. She ain't got that type of stress. So her stress is probably something that she's creating.
Hey, Lucky, I bet he was looking at it saying, I told her let him go homeless.
Yeah, exactly. We bought him a car and she mad her mama want a G-Wagon and she got a Maxima. It's like, it's stuff where it's like, girl, that's not stress.
But her 50% could be $50,000. Just think about it. Think about all the things they have to have people to
in their house.
They have to have people to clean that house, to cook, to manicure that yard, that pool.
Property taxes at the end of the year, school taxes.
The light bill alone per month could be $3,000.
But their maid probably makes $50,000. She is not raising the kids and doing the house herself. If I was Gabrielle Union, I'm not cleaning that nail toilet.
Nothing.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying it could be very costly to live the way that they live. So
costly to us. I learned that expensive is only for people who can't afford it. For people who are in that tax bracket, it's not really expensive. That's what they do. Right. I met somebody.
I just said costly. I didn't say. I mean, it's still requiring that she makes some money.
I know somebody who pays $200 for socks continuously. They're not tripping. To me, it's like, that's ridiculous. To them, that's not expensive.
Again, I think because people
Until they
think
filing
there's
for
more
bankruptcy.
money that it's different. There are rich people living check to check right now. They make $25,000 a month, and at the end of the month, they got $5.
I get what you're saying about money management,
It's
but
insane.
to
It's just
their
one
level,
level.
they have damn good money management, damn good accountants. Now, unless you got the Steve Harvey situation where you didn't know where your money was going and you put it in somebody else's hands, I feel you. But I feel like for both of them to have a combined household income and they keep reaching levels according to what we see, they have pretty good money management. Unless maybe in a year we're gonna hear he in debt.
But
You
we
know what I
really
mean?
just don't know.
We don't really know until
They could
somebody
took the
comes out
mortgage
later
out
and
on
files
the
for
house
bankruptcy.
to pay for it, but like we really don't know.
All right.
And
real
then her
quick.
money might come and go. You know, of course, her money comes and goes. So
Exactly.
she just might be at a low point right now.
Yeah, I think so.
That's
All right.
I haven't seen her do no major projects in a minute. I mean,
She's on Lifetime television, I
me and
think.
Mary Jane has been over
She
for a
is?
while. I mean,
I like that show.
I'm just saying she doesn't have
I
any
do.
major gigs going on right now.
And that right there is why I don't believe that they're going to have. But that's another conversation for another day. Rick,
Yes, sir.
what's your thoughts
Lying.
on this clip when you first seen it, man?
My thoughts initially was she was lying. My thoughts initially, you know what I'm saying? She seemed like the type to run Dwayne Wade through a brick wall if she had the chance, right? But if we talking like it's true, which we always do, let's address what ain't nobody said, right? She with a millionaire and wants to pay her own way because she understand money has leverage. She understand that if that man is footing all the bills, there's a certain amount of control that has to be allowed. So it's no different. Hey, rich people problems, little people problems, broke people problems. 50-50 is still 50-50, niggas. Because he ain't paying all of it. He can't get all of her. It's simply what it is. He'll never have full access to her. And what makes it so bad, because she pays her own bills and pays her own way, right? She feels she has a total, fully integrated input to what go on and how it goes on. Look at their son.
That's not even his son. Go ahead.
That's what I'm saying. It didn't pop out of her. That's what I'm saying. Right? So that's what it really is. And that's why y'all okay with going 50-50.
They don't have kids together.
That's why y'all. That's why
They have
y'all.
a
I'm not
baby
finished.
together
I'm
now.
not finished. I'm not finished. I'm not finished. That's why y'all okay with going 50-50, because y'all know in y'all head, if you with a dude and he putting 100%, you got to be a certain type of way. You got to fall in a certain type of line. That's a social contract, again, that everybody knows, but y'all don't want to talk about. That's why that's why she's on TV saying Dwayne Wade don't pay my bills. That's all I got.
50-50.
All right.
It's never happening.
Fantasy Island Girl. What was your thoughts when you first seen the clip?
Well, when I first saw the clip, I thought she was taking on more than she could bear, because she felt like she didn't want to be seen as a gold digger, or if something happened, they'll say, oh, she's an opportunist. If she does get 50%, it's like, okay, if I'm putting in 50% the whole time, then he's not going to look at me sideways if things go left and I'm getting 50% of what we built together. So I think she's thinking about her the perception of her if things don't work out, or the perception of her while she's in this marriage. It's like, she's not a leech. She's with this man because she loves him, because she's not trying to just take his money, I guess. But honestly, I wouldn't be worried about that. And I'm not paying no 50% of no rich man's bills. I'm just not doing that. So I understand her side of things, that she doesn't want to seem like a leech, but I'm gonna let this man take care of the things that he needs to take care of as a man. And he's gonna be very proud to do those things. And we're gonna be happy together. I'm not gonna stress myself out for a millionaire to say I'm paying half of his bills. It doesn't seem like a flex to me.
Rich man, not rich man, 50-50 is just never happening. It's just not.
Exactly.
Wait, you guys are
But
jumping.
it's definitely not gonna happen for no rich man.
We're gonna have to put the brakes on this.
You're gonna pay half them bills when it comes to go.
Hell no, Smooth. Hell no.
Want something new, SB?
Hold on.
Got something new. I'm telling you.
Hold on. Ronan. Some fucking hats. Your thoughts on the clip, man. Gabby Union sitting down for that interview.
Gabrielle Union, she's the perfect example of what it is to live a lifestyle. And what she's trying to do is she find out she can't afford her ego. They're not worried about money.
Yo, what's up with the caps?
Because it was all cap. It was all fucking cap. Every bit of it. Then you look at it, you're talking about the negative optics out here. If you guys had healthy communication and how y'all handle things, this wouldn't even be a conversation. But you keep hearing the whole thing about me, I, us. The whole language is different. Now, aside from the fact, I think she's trying to serve as a poor beard. That's my opinion. But when you look at it, you can tell they are not connected together like they're supposed to be. They don't handle things as a relationship, a healthy relationship at that. So the thing is, it's not even about the money. She's trying to basically have emotional spending therapy. She's trying to buy happiness and she can't afford the shit. Then she gets out in public and try to get a pity party, and no one's gonna buy that, especially when you made it public that you toss your man salad on the airways, which you violated confidentiality. And you made sure that his son is gonna make a great uncle or whatever you want to call that shit. There's a whole heap of dysfunction inside and outside that relationship. So with her getting out here for these little public antics, not only is she wasting her time, but she's making herself look bad. That's what negative video betrayal looks like. So yeah, it was all cap. But if you're actually having a healthy relationship, you find out there's certain things you can't rent, lease, or buy. That's what separates you from having a happy home versus you being emotionally homeless.
Well said. Masaida, your thoughts on the clip when you first seen that Gabby sit down? What came to mind?
Well, the first 30 seconds she said, I feel like I have a lot of responsibility. So to me, it was like, okay, so if you feel that, you kind of like you're putting yourself in that position. And then I was wondering, I don't know much about them, but you guys share a lot of information about them. Like he makes more money than her. So I'm putting like all that information together. Quick question. How old is she?
She's 50. She just turned 50.
Is he older or younger?
Younger.
Younger.
Okay. So putting all those stuff together makes me think like she is paying to keep him, because you mentioned also that she doesn't have kids with him.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah, one child.
She does?
Yeah, they have one daughter together. That's like 3 or 4.
I'm sorry. I was saying the son is not hers. That's what I was saying.
Okay.
He had a break baby on her, and so he has a son that's a lot younger than the rest of the sons.
Right.
With
Okay,
another
so
woman, not his ex-wife.
yeah, I just for some reason it makes me feel like she is just putting herself in that position because she wants to. Like in reality, I don't think that he's worried about paying for her. And you also mentioned like her 50%, which I'm probably getting ahead, is not even 50% of what he's paying or able to afford. But I just feel like she is not reliable for her. Like she's way afraid if it doesn't work, she has something, or she says, okay, I did this for our marriage. Her not, or the kids is not on her favor. The age is not on her favor. I don't know. I just feel like she's putting herself in that position.
They don't have a marriage, they have an arrangement. A bad one at that.
Wait, they're not married either?
They have a marriage.
They are married.
They are
Unconventional.
married, but say like a marriage, that's a whole different dynamic. What they have is an arrangement under the guise.
They have a marriage though. They're married.
But that's what marriage is a contract. So
Right.
if whatever a marriage you look at it, it's a contract in reality.
Well, in her
And
case,
it's different for every couple.
well,
Right.
in her case, she's renting.
why they
In her
decided to
case,
have a
she's
marriage.
renting an expensive beard. That's what she's doing.
Okay.
Go ahead, Rick.
I forget it. Forget it.
Jesus.
All right. My thoughts, man. My thoughts. I feel like Gabrielle Union is extremely performative. For one, dramatic for two. Going back to what Queen says, she is an actress. Pardon me. We gotta keep that in mind. And I think she acting. I don't think D Wade would. And again, D Wade's, he's a solid dude, man. He from Chicago. He a stand up guy. He ain't never been in no too many scandals or nothing. Even the baby was on break. Let's get my boy. I don't believe that, but that's what the notion was. We gonna ride with it. As she accepted it, they accepted it. We gonna ride with it, right? But aside from that, he ain't never really been in no scandal. He been a stand up guy the whole time. So it's hard for me to believe that he would just have his woman out here stressing overpaying anything when I'm up 200 million and I got a shoe deal in China that I'm still getting paid from heftily, and which is part of the 14 million Smooth talking about. So again, Gabby is putting these things on herself because she's traumatized for whatever reason for something happened in her past. And this is not uncommon. There are a lot of women in terms of the independent mindset. That's why I asked y'all earlier, do y'all feel like most women have an independent mindset in this era? I feel like most do because a lot of them are traumatized. In terms of they've never had a man to trust. They've never had a man to lean on. The dad probably wasn't in the home, or if he wasn't being the right type of daddy that he should be. In terms of covering his daughter, making sure she good, having her inch out there on her own. A lot of women have to just get thrown out there to the wolves, or they got a mama who ain't got it all figured out either. And she ain't giving them no good guidance. So they out there in the streets trying to figure it out on their own. So when that's the case, you develop an independent scarcity, her words, not mine, mindset when you out here moving around. So even when you do run into something good, which she did, she couldn't turn it off. She couldn't flip the switch off. It's still fear there. It's still, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to go back to what I went through. I don't want to depend on nobody because the last time I tried to depend on somebody, it went left. Or every time I try to depend on a man, it goes left. So I understand that you ain't did nothing to warrant how I'm treating you, but my past dictates how I'm moving. And D Wade is the type of guy that he just kind of, okay, if that's what you feel comfortable with, cool. But I'm sure in that conversation he said, but if you need me, I'm here. I got you. Don't worry about it. Because that's what a grown man does. Right? So I think she's bringing this on herself. Two, I don't think it's as bad as she's making it seem. And three, she needs to stop embarrassing that man in public like this. I'm like, I'm just tired. Like every time she's in front of a camera, she's saying something to embarrass this man. Now we don't hear from D Wade on these issues, and he step out here every now and again, to support his son, and things of that nature, or his daughter. I don't want to step on toes. His kid. Right, he steps out, makes statements as far as that. But in terms of their marriage and how it runs and who makes what and what we going in, D Wade don't be in public spilling this type of business. So why does she feel the need to?
On where? Facebook?
It's not necessary, you know what I'm saying? But she does it anyway. So it begins to make me think that she kind of just fiends for attention. It seemed like whenever the attention kind of die down a little bit, she'll jump out there and say something wild just to get the attention back spinning in her favor. And again, it's just getting to be ridiculous at this point. That's what my thoughts initially when I seen it. But
I wanted to.
Oh, go ahead, look.
I hear everyone saying 50-50. I was thinking when Kayla said what she said. Do you guys think that maybe the 50% she's paying is her bills? Like, we keep saying his bills. What if it's what she's bringing? She's making sure she can take care of everything that she contributes herself. And I don't know. I just feel like when it comes to us critiquing actresses or women, it seems like it's a pattern for women to come out and we say that they're embarrassing their husbands. But if we look at how their husbands portray, maybe they don't feel embarrassed. You get what I'm saying? So I wanted y'all to think or ask y'all, do y'all think the 50% that she's talking about is really what she's bringing? And she's saying, I want to be responsible for everything that I contribute. Or do you really believe that she's paying 50% of his bills?
of his bills, like their bills.
Their bills.
But
I
I'm
think that's what
saying
she said.
No, I know what you're saying, look. I know what you're saying, look.
So I'm
You
thinking
mean like the bills that she makes, like
Yeah,
her
that's what I think.
what
Probably.
if she's
Yeah.
just covering her half, and she's the 50?
Yeah, that's what it is.
her manager, the people that she employs and like has for her own bills that she creates.
Mm-hmm. And then she probably wants him
But
to.
that's not what people mean when they say 50-50. What people mean they say 50-50, they're usually talking about our bills. So that's usually overhead. Because I think most women, I mean, if I didn't have to worry about overhead and all I had to worry about was my bills, I would have so much money. I would have so much money.
But if you were with a
Well, she actually said 50-50 in this household.
Right.
She said in this one. And then she said in whatever separate households they have, which I don't know why she's supporting other people, which I respect that.
Her
But
mama, but outside of your mama, I mean, who else is there?
I don't know. I mean, I'm speculating. At this point, I don't even know who she's supporting. But and you don't know how much money is. But that's very common in Thailand, actually, for people that don't know that. You know, people over there, if you're marrying someone from Thailand, usually the women expect for you to take care of their family.
Yeah.
But people don't know that. But
okay.
That's common.
I gotta take care of family. I'm moving, man. We're gone.
I mean, when it comes to my mama, we gonna take care of my mama. Okay. Now the rest of these people, cousins and brothers and sisters and stuff, they're gonna have to get a job. Okay.
Nursing home.
They're gonna have to work.
Nursing home.
Jesus Christ.
You gonna put your mama in a nursing home if you're rich?
Not happening.
It ain't my fault that you didn't do with your life what I did with mine.
Oh my
I
God.
don't owe you a dime. You chose
That
me.
is so selfish. You're
Hey,
millions.
yes.
You have millions of dollars.
My son can grow up to be rich, to be super rich. Your first seven figure family. You don't owe me a dime, son.
But if he gave it to you, you wouldn't be like, no, son, I'm a man.
That's different. If
She's
he chooses
choosing to
not,
if he chooses not,
then I'm not tripping either way.
But we don't know her mom's plight. We don't know if her mom's entitled or not. She may just say, "Mom, I want to take care of you," or she may have been taking care of her mom long before Dwayne came. Long before Dwayne came, covering her mama's mortgage, rent, annuity setup that she get paid out every month. That probably honestly was set up long before Dwayne. She was rich.
Let's just face it, man. Most people, if your child becomes successful, really successful in that manner, you are going to expect something from your child. You are going to expect something like they owe you. And I don't feel like that's right. They don't owe you nothing. You chose them.
You the reason they're here, not the other way around.
The reason why they
I agree.
all that type of stuff. You get what I'm saying? So
I'm just saying, I know if I made it and I had millions, I'm taking care of my mama. I know it. And she's not going to ask me. She's not going to have to ask me a thing. I'm going to make sure
I
she's
feel you, but at the point, what's the point of that becoming a burden to you? If it becomes a burden, you
where it's
lose.
not a burden to me because she's a part of my budget because I'm determined to take care of her. It's not like,
and that's your choice.
I just go out on a whim to take care of my mom, and I haven't planned this.
Because of that mentality, Smooth. Because of that mentality, parents kick their kids out of their house at the age of 18, and that's a cycle. And that's why Latinos, we don't do that. We don't kick our kids out. And parents, when they go old, we don't even have nursing homes here. Like, we literally take care of family, and that's what it means, taking care of family.
You should.
And
you shouldn't kick your kids out of 18 either.
But also, when you look at it, Smooth, there are a lot of things that like people don't understand in terms of like parenting. And there's a lot of sacrifices that a lot of parents make for their kids that a lot of parents don't. I literally have an aunt that was like, I got shit to do. I don't have time to be taking you to football practice. Like, there are parents that do not make the sacrifices for their kids to do a lot of things, to have a better life, to do a lot of whatever. They do the basics for that ass and they go live their life. So at the same time, if you know, looking at some of your friends' parents, some of your family's parents, and seeing how other people are raised, and see that your parent made certain sacrifices for you that they didn't have to make, because all they have to do is take care of you, feed you, and make sure you go to school. That's all they have to do.
In my opinion,
look,
in my opinion,
I got it.
I'm about to take care of my mama. She went above and beyond. She didn't have to.
In this parenting thing, I go above. Me and my wife, we go above and beyond for my son. but above and beyond. And
I don't
I
gotta
will
But
do
you're
that.
gonna be in a
continue.
nursing home.
Look,
You're gonna end up in a
I
nursing home.
will
No,
continue
you're
to do that.
not.
Look, listen, I will continue to do that for the rest of my life because I owe you. You don't owe me nothing.
And
You
start
don't
paying
owe
for
me.
your
I
own nursing
chose
home.
you to breathe here. If I didn't want to have no kids and slow my life down, I wouldn't have had you, son.
Smooth. Do you think there's a certain age that you stop 100% providing for your children?
Of course, because my son got to be a man. You got to know what it look like to lead. But at
But
the
if
same time, if my son come to me when he like 40 or something, he like, Pop, I want to start a business. I want to do this here. This the plan I got. I will exhaust all things to make sure he got that leg up in there. That's my duty.
But see, well, the reason why I asked is because I get what you're saying as far as like, I don't think parents should expect that certain thing either. But I do think that if I was a mother and I did everything, even time like you just said, I don't care if I got to do this and any other to make it happen for you. I think that if my child reached certain levels of Gabrielle Union and they place me in the home, I'm going to have a problem. I'm going to think, dang,
And that's entitlement.
okay, but I'm saying I could have felt like when you turn 18, I could have stopped there, right? But because I felt like as long as I'm breathing, you should always have me. I think families should have each other. But it sounds like because my position in the family is mother or father, I can't really rely on my kids to have me in a time that I may need them as well because it's considered as selfish. So
When you're
I
old,
look
you're
at
not
it
going to
different because
be as
I'm big
selfish.
on. I don't want my son to slow his life down in no manner for me. I care less if I get cancer. I can care less if I lose a leg. Motherfucker, you got things to do. You got a bloodline to
What's more
take care
important
of.
than
You got
family?
something to
They ain't
lose.
going to listen to
What
you, sir.
is more important than family that you got to do?
Huh?
They're going to
What
choose
is
you,
more
especially if you're a
important
good
than
father.
family?
Provide for your family that you trying to build.
Yeah, but outside of that,
Yeah,
what
what's
is
more?
more
You
important?
have to slow it down
That's
for a
that's a
whole
false
year.
that's
That's a
that's
year
a
to
false
keep it.
dichotomy though. That's a false example because in these conversations we have, everything more important than family.
That's real.
Everything more important than
Everything.
family. Yo, hold on, Fantasy Island girl. Hold on, Fig. No, I'm just playing. Right. In these conversations, the basis is family. Like a relationship leads to sex, sex leads to kids, kids leads to family. But again, even in this conversation, right? Y'all can't even have a discussion without marriage, without talking about money and prenups and shit like that. So money over your family, period. Right? So again, if y'all talking about the money, and I agree, forget that point. I agree with Smooth. Like the truth is that your kids don't owe you shit.
No.
They don't owe you nothing. If they do it, great. Listen to what I'm saying. If they do it, great. Right?
Exactly.
But if they don't, why you mad? Because if it wasn't for you fucking, they wouldn't be here. They wouldn't be here. They wouldn't be here to have to worry about you getting taken care of. They wouldn't be here to worry about getting kicked out at 18. They wouldn't be here at 40 talking about I got to go to Pops and see if I can get this money to get this business. You the reason they here.
That's all I'm saying.
So again, I understand what you're saying. If they did it, great, for sure. Hey, I appreciate you. But at the end of the day, you the parent. You the parent, they're the child. They're allowed to live that. They need to be allowed to live their lives as they see fit. The same way you want to be allowed to live your life the way you see fit. And if you see fit that you take care of your mother, that's what you see fit. If you see fit that you take care of your father, that's what you see fit. But it comes down to choices. And there's no way you can rob nobody of the choices that they can make. At the end of the day, the beginning of it, and lunchtime.
All right, that is a great spot for us to transition to paying these bills, and then we're gonna get to our next line of question. And we got two more left. I'm gonna try to get us through them. We're gonna push through. Okay. Davon, the 2 bar, Rick the OG. We all need it growing up. It's a fact, man. Appreciate you, bro. Retro, the 2 bar. Gabby is the definition of a woman. Sam. Congo, English, the 10 ball, trio, Ronan, Ricky. Good early morning. Topic of discussion now. Look, man, Gabby Union, capping, accountability. It's a whole bunch of things combined. Appreciate you, big dog. You already know. Marcus the Fireball, to answer the damn question that brother Smooth asked, no. They've on the Fireball. Gabby, is what happens when you buy into feminism and that strong, independent mindset. Caesar with the Fireball, just wanted to donate and show love. Appreciate you, bro. Grizz Treats the Fireball. Gabby had a 40-inch vertical. She'd have highlights postering D Wade. That's her wife. She emasculated him by spilling his business already. Jesus Christ. I agree. Andre, the Fireball, epitome of disorder. They are out of order. He wears the heels. She wears the Timbs. He has no authority in the marriage. Jesus Christ. Marcus, Fireball, Ronan the Poet, has done it again. Appreciate you. Ronan there you go. Look here, man. I got you, dog. I got you. Don't even worry about it. No value to Fireball. Gabrielle may be embarrassing D Wade to get back at him for the outside baby.
Yes.
Ain't the outside baby enough? No, I'm just playing.
Hey, Davon to Fireball. Gabby is afraid what she did to her last husband, what happened to her. She made more than him and treated him poorly. That is true. She admitted to that, as a matter of fact. Gates for life, the Fireball. Maybe when Dylan Brooks get in China, he can get
Shoe deal.
Dylan Brooks definitely going to China. That's a fact. That's sad, but it's the truth. Dallas, the 2-ball. Gabby doing D Wade what Jada did to Will. I would definitely agree with that. Quentin, the 10-ball. If you make $25K a month, you live paycheck to paycheck. That's your own fault. Kayla pushing the narrative that because you make more money, life is more expensive. Is irresponsible. Downgrade your life.
I'm speaking.
Appreciate you, big dog.
It's nothing but facts.
Biggin with the 10-ball. The hell with D Wade and his litter. What up with LeBron and the Lakers in the playoffs? How you know everybody's business? Put your phone down and fix what you see in the mirror. Appreciate it, big dog. Marcus, 2-ball. I'm with Smooth on what he said. All right. That's all. I appreciate everybody for donating, man. Make sure y'all tap the like button, man. I'm hearing that the likes has a variance that we are just not accustomed to. Y'all already know how we give it up on this end. Appreciate everybody for pulling up on us. And, we're going to get to this next line of questioning. We got 2 left. The first one being, it's just a quote that I just want to get y'all a response to. The more bills a woman has to pay in the house, the less she respects her man. I want to get y'all thoughts on that notion, man. And we're going to go right to Fantasy Island Girl first. The more bills that a woman has to pay in her house, the less she respects that man. What is your thoughts on that statement?
So, in terms of respect, as in, no matter what, his word is final. I have to agree that it's going to be less because she's going to have her finances tied into things, and it's going to be something that they are going to negotiate. It's not going to be like he's paying all the bills, he's making all the rules. So I don't think she would necessarily respect him less, but people would see it as less respect for him. Like, oh, you got to go talk to your wife? What? You the man? Or, oh, you got to confirm that you can do this with your wife? You the man. Like, everybody else is going to see him as she doesn't respect you because you're not playing the role you're supposed to be playing. But I don't necessarily think in the relationship, they don't respect each other as much. I think it's outside perspective that, oh, you ain't no real man because you have to go to her instead of it being just your decision.
All right. Ronan, the more bills that a woman has to pay in the house, the less she respects her man. What's your thoughts on that?
It sounds like conditional femininity. In a sense, like, where's that healthy communication of what you guys are establishing? How you guys living? I find like you guys living outside your means and whatnot. But if it's conditional, sure, she can lose respect. But if he's got leadership, he has a structure. If he consults her and makes her inclusive into the decisions, then she shouldn't lose respect for him. Because, like, as the head of that house, he has a consideration of what the family has to do. Not for self, but the overall how the family is going to be taken care of, provision-wise, both short-term and long-term. So she's just losing respect because she can't get that purse or whatnot, or those external things immediately, then that says a whole lot about the relationship right there.
I would agree with that. Saida, the more bills that woman has to pay, the less she respects that man. What's your thoughts on that?
So is a man paying for respect? Paying to be respected? That sounds bad. No. It sounds really bad, to be honest. I just feel like women feel more entitled. And to me, in my opinion, it would be like, even if I pay something, I just want my opinion to be taken into consideration. I don't want to have the last, decision or make decisions in the house, but I just want to be heard. So in case that, something happens, at least you take my input into consideration. And I think most women want that. But the more money that they're putting in, they feel entitled, like, okay, I have the right to make decisions in here and there. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but I don't think I can respect a man just because he has money, or not respect a man because he doesn't have money. That's wrong to me. That's it.
All right. Queen, more money that woman has to put on these bills, the less she respects that man. What's your thoughts on that?
I would probably say the more she would probably resent him as opposed to respect. And that can be very quiet, right? Just the thoughts that she would probably have, and not necessarily acting out in a disrespectful manner, but just kind of resentment that builds up over time.
I would agree with that 100%. We're gonna unpack that in a minute. Go ahead, Kayla. What's your thoughts on that statement, man? More bills that woman got to pay, man. Less she gonna respect them.
I have to agree. I said that earlier, so I have to stand by it. But I stand by it. I have to agree. The more or less things that we can do or have based on my effort will just, like Queen said, will cause certain resentments. If there's certain bills, like, can we do it or not do it? If I pick up a shift or don't, it ain't it. None of it works. None of it works. I just can't see it working. If you're telling me, babe, this is what I got, this is our budget, this is where we can live, this is what we can do, then that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? And I will respect that. But if every time I look up, going for my purse, God damn it. I'm sorry. Shit. I'm tired of going for my purse. That should do not turn me on. It actually turn me off. Every time I pull my purse out, it turn me off. And that's just what it is.
I instantly thought of Erykah Badu.
Go to Tyrone.
Seriously, I was waiting on her to say it. Called.
I gotta reach down in my purse.
Right.
Yeah, I feel her.
Hey, my way, I gotta pay your way.
Your way, your
You gotta
homeboy
come
way.
to me
Nah.
to be like, can we add so and so to the Xfinity package? No, no, we cannot.
This is just getting so like you just all of a sudden turn it into this man.
As someone that works on commission, you know what I'm saying? It's about my efforts. So you wanting to add to the Netflix package mean more work that I got to put in. I don't like any of that. I don't like any of that. And so for me, I would just prefer that we live in whatever means that you're able to provide, and I use my money to give us some luxuries, and that's it. I can't be your roommate. I cannot be your roommate. At least when I'm a roommate, I get my own room. You want me to share a room with you? In the closet. Okay? At least when I'm paying 50-50 with my roommate, I get my own room. I mean, I'm just saying. It's just I like the dynamics. I like the dynamics of a provider man. I like the dynamics.
Provider man.
Yes, I don't think that high value man, whatever. I don't like that term. It's
Okay.
just about, can your man provide for you at whatever level he's at? Is he a provider man? Is he willing to provide? So I like a provider man at whatever level that is at, and we'll rock with that. And I'll use my money to give us, throw a little extra on there, some sauce,
But what if in this situation something happened to him to where now she needs to take on more bills than she's like, usually she doesn't pay anything. Now something has happened to where he can't pay all the bills. Are you going to lose that respect for him still, or are you going to be like, I gotta
No, because
pull my
something
weight now?
happened outside of his
Okay.
control. So that doesn't affect how I see his manhood. Things happen to people every day outside of their control.
Exactly.
And I haven't been working, so I've been saving. So I got us when you down. You know, that's what marriage is about. So no, that wouldn't change.
Okay.
You know, I know that the type of man I marry, he ain't gonna be down for long. He gonna bounce back up, and I got him. We good.
That's solid right there. That's solid. That's all the man be asking for. SB, the more bills that woman has to pay, the less she respects that man. What is your thoughts on that statement?
Okay, I'm just be honest right now. This whole conversation has been torture to me. Because the position that people that are married have put themselves into, these are people that say they love each other, they trust each other, they want to spend the rest of their lives together. Well, sometimes the man is a good man. I love him. He's a provider man, and sometimes she a good woman and all this, but they can't get their money right. They can't put their money in one pot and just make it work. We got to have 2 hours, 3 hours of conversation about 50-50 when it does not exist. This is ridiculous. You love this person. You married him. You said vows to him. You give your whole body. Gabrielle was tossing salads and she still want to go 50-50. Ain't nothing left to do. Get it. Put that money in that pot. Y'all make that thing work. I don't get this. I don't understand it. This is a crazy conversation. You go 50-50, baby girl. You pay the light bill, the water bill. This is such a crazy conversation. We get married to these people. Now, if you're living with your boyfriend, you might as well live as roommates, like Kayla said. You might as well get the 2-bedroom. And you know what, Kayla, you could sleep with him some night, but then you still have your space the other night. I agree with that totally. But if we're talking about a marriage, we tossing salads. Why are we having conversations about money and where it should go? That just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense at all to me. Because we're not getting the idea on how money works. See, we put it together, we got more. So there won't be all these crazy limitations on me stressing out about having to pay more, going back in my pocketbook like Erykah Badu, because guess what? It's our money. We making it do what it do. So this is like flew in my mind. But I guess I'm coming from a person that started with average salary, and then it just worked for us. And then now that we have more money, I mean, why bother it? It's always, I don't.
Hey, salute to USB for mine. This is passing the night. Tossing salads is fucking hilarious.
I mean, really? We tossing salads, but I got to give you half the money for the light bill? What is
that? Should be absolutely not. If you requiring that, why would I ever pay 50-50
for anything?
You know me? I'm tossing salads. I mean, why would you ever pay 50%?
I mean, I don't think we understand.
You're doing more than 50%. You tossing salads.
If you can't trust the man you married or the woman you married with your money, y'all making some bad choices.
Man, y'all
making some bad choices. There's something wrong. There's something going wrong. I mean, it's money, y'all. This ain't life or death. This is money. Things you can, you can recoup it. You might make a mistake, but you're gonna get some more. They make it every day. That type of stuff. You can invest a little bit. This ain't life or death. Y'all make money real too hard. Much
money and goose gravy.
Too hard.
Look.
Now this is just me talking. I'm just saying.
Okay. That's all good. Okay. You say, so we tossing salads.
Yeah, but I got to go 50-50 for the light bill. But
Lord have mercy. Look, man, the more bills that woman got to pay, the less she respects her man. What's your thoughts on that statement?
I love you, Ricky. But there's another quote. It pays the cost to be the boss. How do you feel bossy if your woman is taking care of your responsibilities as well? So if she has to pay more, we're talking beyond my part. We're talking about, I agree with SB as far as I understand the pot, but if I'm the only one contributing to the pot, let's stop acting like women can just be resting in their femininity coming off of 12-hour shifts because she got to contribute more than him. Unless she's okay with the structure of that relationship being he's a stay-at-home husband. How do men even feel confident saying, hey, honey, I want you to pay more. That goes against the last topic saying they have pride in being a provider. So do you now have pride in being a couch potato or being pride of being a house husband? Where is the pride coming from? I thought the pride came from something that of achievement or something that you enjoy. Maybe that's your type of relationship, but I just think I've never seen a man, even growing up, my father, anything like that, where they took pride and was okay with a woman doing more than them as far as what their position is. So as far as can a woman, the more she has to do, the less she'll be feminine. I think we know the answer to that. That's true, because she'll be more irritated. She'll be more short with you. She's not fucking you as much as you would want to. She's turned off. And on top of that, I have to hear you come and say how I should be doing something or be under a dictatorship or point your finger and give order. But I'm the one taking care of part of you and part of your responsibilities. Let me just say that. I get we're married, but what type of husband? And that's for y'all to tell me. I'm open to it.
Listen, a good man ain't down long, and you might have to do that. You might have to take care of a good man for a year or two. You might. What's wrong with that?
What I'm saying is, y'all would have to educate me of the type of man who would also, from the last topic, be proud to be a provider, but come in here and saying, I'm also proud that my woman is picking up more in the household as far as financially than I am, but I still expect her to be a submissive. We can talk about ideals and what it should be, but we're talking about today. They have a problem in doing that in the dating process. You're going to marry a woman and expect her, unrealistic expectations, to be dainty, feminine, and girly 100% of the time, and also pick up more of the weight in the household. That's what we're saying. I just feel like I like the quote, it pays the cost to be the boss. That even goes for her. If she wants to pick up more, then she also is in a dominant frame, and he needs to rest in his femininity. That's what I think. I think there has to be a yin and yang. We can't be talking about
on the play.
What comes with your job duty. That's what it is. We always talking about gender roles. What comes with that role?
So if you're putting it all in one pot, let's just say, and I hope I'm getting right what you're saying. If we're putting it all in one pot, what difference does it make? He may fall and break his leg, can't work for 6 or 7 months. So
the difference is the femininity you don't get as much. That's what we're talking about. It's fine if that's what y'all do. And I think if you've done that, and then I think me as a younger person, I would love to hear how I could do that if I ever come in that position. Maybe I'm 50 and I got to pick up more, and I need to learn how to adjust those emotions. Like I said a minute ago, you have to understand balance and be self-aware. Maybe you should communicate, look, I understand you want this type of relationship. I understand I've been a little bit cranky, but lately the stress that I have from picking up more of your duty, I'm kind of having a hard time. I think that comes with communication, but to expect a woman to still be womanly, oh, my man got it and you don't. I can't get that confidence if I'm the one that got it.
So let me tell you how you get it. What you do is when that man is up, you have that value for him. And you also know that just because he's not up, that doesn't make him less valuable. Because a value of a man doesn't, I'm sorry?
No, I'm saying, so it's temporary that I'm paying more than him. That's a different question.
Oh yeah, it's always temporary because a man is always going to be.
That's nothing. But if this is
it's going to be
paying,
it's going to be
right. No, there's people out here where it's not temporary. Like that's how they live their
I'm
life.
saying,
Comes in and he go, baby, the rent due, slide me that $750. You know.
Oh, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying this is what I was talking about, Lucky. If we got one pot and this man has been up doing everything he's supposed to be doing since the day that we got married or whatever, and something happened to him, you're going to see and trust him, and you're going to have value in him. You're going to see that this is a man. So if he falls off, you are not going to have a problem continuing on with what you guys have been doing the whole time.
But I thought it was preference as the more bills a woman pay in the household, the less she respects. It didn't give no context. So I'm thinking of the whole relationship.
Right.
Not a season. It's just like, oh, you're supposed to. That's why I think women should also bring something to carry if things happen, because life happens. But if I'm the one that's making your life easier for the most part and the only one, and you expect me to also be feminine and masculine, you're asking an unrealistic question. You're asking for a lot that can't nobody give. That's like me asking him to have a lot of time for me, but also make a certain amount of money where I know that's going to require a lot of time for me, but I'm having unrealistic expectations. But I get what you're saying. If it's a temporary, I think you should. It shouldn't be a problem. But if that's just how you thinking, no, you deserve a woman that should be masculine. You shouldn't be expecting her to be more effeminate, because when are you going to be more masculine? I get Ronan said conditional femininity, but they have conditional masculinity.
But why do it's almost too like we're seeing the man say he did ask you for a little bit more, maybe because y'all decided to build a pool. I don't know. Let's say he did. Why does it have to be negative?
I don't think
because I mean, I'm just saying, why does it have to be looked at as
I think
a stress on the woman?
The negative aspect comes into play, in my opinion. People could disagree. I'll let you go, Kayla. Sorry. I think the negative aspect for me comes into play when you're expecting me to be also something else when I don't even have the right to expect you to be in your role 100%. Clearly, I'm a woman who's okay with paying more if that's the full relationship. But there's going to also be times where we hear men complaining about why their women go and get those degrees or go make some more because there's less time to spend with him. She becomes something different. So if I'm doing that and that's what you want, I'm saying that's an unrealistic expectation to then pull another aspect of me when you're not even trying to make it easier for me so that you can get the type of woman you want. That's very selfish, in my opinion.
I mean, it all depends, I guess, because like I said earlier, men now are negotiating. Instead of a man living in a $150,000 house where he's comfortable and he could make you very much comfortable in your femininity, he would say to you, babe, if you added this much to the budget, we could get the $300,000 house. And of course, a woman is going to want the $300,000 house and we're going to go get it. Now that is just added stress to you. And if he say, you know what, babe, I need you to put out a little bit more money. Because remember,
that's her wants. That's her wants. If she wants more, she needs to contribute to the more that she wants. I agree. But if he's making 50,000 and it goes with the quote, I have to also contribute more, and we also are living in abundance, and we're not. Neither one of us are goal oriented to get out the situation. You ever seen a woman or a man broke under stress, can't do something? We mad as fuck.
Well, yeah, because we're the money has determined who we are. That's what we got to get away from. That's the point I was trying to make. Because what if he just go completely broke? Is he less of a man? I mean, because it's still going to be temporary. Because a good man is only down for a short period of time.
No, but stress pussy isn't good pussy. Okay, it's really not.
I always thought it was. Everybody always said you have sex, it makes it better.
No, it's not. It's not. I really often can't mentally get there when I'm thinking about. No, you know what? No, you know what? Y'all just confirm it's never happening. We're never doing it.
I think SB scenario is different than the quote. Like the quote just says the more bills a woman has to pay. Not if I fall down, are you gonna ride for me? If you want this, are you gonna? No, it just means the more she has to pay. Not a choice, not a whatever. That means that if it's a long. I've also seen in situations, you down, but while you down, hubby, if you're not pushing the pavement and you being ambitious, she's going to get irritated.
Yes,
yes, she is. But y'all don't forget, y'all married these people. That's your husband. You loved him. He's a good guy. Y'all like him still, right? He's not your enemy.
I didn't marry no lazy bum. He was not that when we got married. What happened to where he just turned into this guy that needs me to take care of him?
I don't know what happened. I
didn't marry that. I would never marry that.
I don't see that. I don't see that being that's a true story. I think that's just something to add to the argument, but I don't know. Usually a man is very, like I said, ambitious. They want to be appreciated. They'll do whatever they got to do. I just think men are like that.
But get the most by doing the least.
She paying more. So an ambitious man, that's not even in this conversation. He is not ambitious.
But like I said, that's what in my mind, I could only have to pay more or do more if my husband couldn't. He's going to be the one that has the plan to make us out of the situation. So if I have to do more, that means there's something wrong or something, that's how I think. I don't think that my man done fell off and he ain't no good no more. I don't think negative that way because we still together. We still one. We still trying to work this thing out. So I don't go opposite of him. I try to work with him.
But all right, y'all. Hold on, y'all. We gotta get Rick in here real quick, and then I'll let y'all.
Sorry, Ricky. Sorry.
Rick, the more money the more bills, pardon me, that a woman has to pay in the household, the less respect that she has for her man. What's your thoughts on that statement?
Agreed. I agree. It's simply what it is. Again, we sit up here and we try to redetermine the nature of things. It's simply what it is. Now, where does that lie? I think I hear the argument that SB saying. You know what I'm saying? Hey, we've been doing this together forever. Facts, right? So the respect is built up, right? But let's say from the beginning, it wasn't no pot. It was 50-50. You see what I'm saying? Right? You would look at them different, correct? Right? See, you talking from the perception of your circumstance, right? So, kudos, right? You were smart and he was smart. I shout y'all out. Hey, shout out to y'all, right? But 50-50, nah, no. Let your girl pay for your cell phone, and she get mad. Let her pay for your cell phone and she get mad. Let's keep it a bean, right? That's my phone. She signed for your car. You can, you that's my phone. You know what I'm saying? Like, that ain't your car. I signed for that.
See?
You couldn't even get it because I co-signed.
This man can't even pay a phone bill.
And that's why them video games go out the window. That's why they throw them out the window.
All I'm saying is that, like, people try to play like the nature of things don't exist. They do. Like, men are supposed to provide. It's just now you don't hunt. You just go hunt for money. Right? And women, like, this is why social media is so big and everything, y'all. We talk about on all these spaces how social media had effect, and Instagram and TikTok and all this stuff, right? Because people, especially women, you know, and some dudes, you know what I'm saying, weird ass dudes, you know what I'm saying. But most women, or females, I should say, they always looking for more. They always looking for more. It's simply in y'all nature. That's why a good woman is a woman who know how to quell that nature. It's just that simple. A good woman is a woman who learned that she to satisfy herself. I'm satisfied. I'm cool. Right? So again, it's just that it's simply what it is, right? It's simply what it is. It's not a gold digger don't give you nothing in return, to whoever said something in the chat. So don't be dumb. A gold digger don't give you nothing in return, right? But this is your wife, you goofies. This is your wife. Now, if you out there and you giving it up to everybody whenever you get ready, hey, that's on you, Playboy. You got what you got coming. But why is you marrying a woman you don't want to take care of? That's the question you should be asking yourself. Yeah, I like her, man. You know what I'm saying? I really like her, man. But, man, me paying for everything for her? Nah, dog. That's a no-no. See how dumb that sound? Why are you even there? You might as well get back on them streets. Yes, she will. Yes, she will. Even the goofiest, dumbest, illiterate woman, after enough time, gonna get tired of your shit. It's simply what it is.
Yep, I agree. I think I think I just said it before. A man has to dominate his woman in 3 categories for her to respect him. One of them being finances, 2 of them being physical strength, and the 3rd being intelligence. A woman, if she had to create an ideal man, he would dominate her in all 3 of those aspects. If she's dominating you in any one of them, let me explain something. The future does not look bright. I'm gonna just be real with you. I'm gonna be real with you. So, as a man, like, that should inspire you to sharpen your blade and all those. You need to always be learning. You need to always be, you know what I'm saying, elevating as far as money. And if your woman physically stronger than you, then that's a whole nother issue. But those 3 categories, like, that is what most women derive their respect for a man from. Like, if you're not above her in those 3 categories, you're not going to even make it to marriage, if we're going to be real. So it would behoove you to stay on top of those categories, and you're gonna be cool. But yeah, if the more that woman got to reach for a purse, going back to what Kayla said, every time she reach for that purse, she loses respect for you every single time, unless it's just a gift that she just wants to buy, right? But if she got to reach for the purse out of necessity, every time she has to reach for it out of necessity, she loses a bit of respect.
Wow.
Period. Because we can sugarcoat it, we can fairy tale it as much as we want to, but women have an innate desire to be taken care of. That's just reality. I don't give a damn how much money she makes. She could be a millionaire. She still wants a man that makes more money than her, that's smarter than her, that's physically stronger than her. Those are the facts. Again, we can dance however we want to, but it's all gonna come back to that. So as a man, step up in those categories, and you're gonna be all right. Go ahead, Rona.
I had a question, True. Have you ever seen a situation where she was stronger than him?
I have.
Sadly, yes.
Oh
and
so on Love After Lockup, there's this couple called Derek and Monique, and I'm pretty sure
I love
got me at the title.
He is stronger than him.
No, I think
You mean physically stronger? Physically
Yeah,
stronger?
I think she's physically stronger than him. She's bigger than him.
She's way bigger than him.
I'm pretty sure she's
she's
bigger than him.
Like this ain't kind of like it's not like oh they kind of no she is way
That's
bigger.
a seatbelt extender. I mean, be for real.
Yeah, he one of them ones that was in jail. He had that little pen pal situation going on. You know what I'm saying? She had the money. She was putting money on the commissary.
And
You understand me? So when he get out,
She got a what?
She has what?
Say less. I know.
yeah.
What'd you say, Lucky?
No, I was telling SB her seatbelt got an extension.
Yeah, that's what I
Oh,
said.
so y'all said she physically stronger, like
Yeah,
physically
she's
stronger.
stronger and physically bigger, and she has a seatbelt.
this is life after lockup, though, y'all.
But there's people that actually like that, and men that actually like those.
Yeah, it's
things.
called a sub and a dom. They like stuff like that.
I got a quick question. I know it's getting late, but let me ask this question to the men and the women. So if we were to just get rid of money per se in relationships, what type of investment, I'm asking the men, what type of investment would you have in your woman, your wife? What would you invest?
If we were to get rid of money, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Time, emotional intelligence, physical protection, courtship, covering, guidance, infrastructure. Is what because we can get rid of money. Money ain't always existed, but the barter system always has.
Mm-hmm.
So at the end of the day, your ability to acquire resources is always gonna be the top thing as far as what she respects. So they can take money away. We just gonna find another substitute for it to come in, and as a man, you're gonna aspire to get that. But let's say we take that away completely. I think again, it's covering, it's physical protection, it's infrastructure, it's the way that we're gonna be doing these things. Giving her that would, in my opinion, suffice.
Okay, ladies, what would y'all? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So I would say protection, provision, problem solving, procreation. Outside the money thing, survival skills, leadership, use of discernment, foresight, things of that nature, structure, things like that.
What about you, Ricky? What would you invest if money wasn't it was never an issue?
Man, everything in my life.
I like that.
That's what I did for my wife. I gave her my life. Anything I gotta do, anything I gotta do to make sure she covered, it's gonna get done. That means, sir, if I gotta take your life at that time, it's simply what it is.
That's good.
It ain't not personal.
So, ladies, if y'all money wasn't an issue, just get rid of it. What would you invest in your husband?
Well, money is still, even if it did exist, that's not a part of my investment in him. So,
yeah, what would you invest in your husband? I'm just saying the same thing. Money's not an issue. What are we investing in our men?
So for me, it would be more time. It would be more attention to detail. Kenny just got an attitude over that steak and eggs. But anyway, it would be time, attention to detail. I think probably more planning.
I like to like plan things. I'm very family oriented. I like to like do things for holidays and like put a lot of time into planning and organizing like things to be cute and like look nice and like have a way to things. It's like a little Southern tradition. We make up parties for everything. So a sip and see, to see the baby, to anything. I mean, I like doing stuff like that. So I would have more time for stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Sarah.
I'm having a little trouble understanding the question, to be honest, but for what I understand.
If I'm gonna say it again, like if money didn't exist,
Yeah, I understand.
What would you invest in your husband? Time was very good. You would invest more time because you still have to grow the relationship. We still have to manage ourselves.
Right.
We still have to be in love with each other. We still have to become one. How would you do that?
My support, my devotion, attention to him. I don't know. I'm thinking like things that I'm doing now that it could, kind of like make him better and just be there for him, understand him and listen to him. That.
Good. Lucky, what about you?
I think that I agree with devotion part, but I think it's a responsibility that I would say without money would be to safeguard his image. So it kind of like what you were saying earlier, I kind of wanted to touch on that about the embarrassing part. To me, that's a huge thing. I think that women in times always upheld the name of grandpa, father. Under no circumstance. I think she's supposed to protect that image so that no one outside of their relationship gets a negative aspect of who that man is. I think she's supposed to provide a sense of peace and make sure that at the end of the day, he knows when he lays his head down, I could rely on this person. So I think you have to be a reliable mate and you have to be committed to whatever that structure of that man is. If he is more of a quiet man and he's not like what we say in relationship, I think who was that was talking about bookkeeping all the time, like helping him. Wherever he lacks, I think you're supposed to pick up in those areas. Some women possess more certain traits that men don't possess. So I think you have to become a balance. Wherever he needs assistance at, you provide that assistance. That's just what I think. You plug it in.
Fantasy girl, are you there? Who was talking? Fantasy girl, are you there?
Yeah.
What would you do?
I already don't provide anything financially to my man. I would provide the same things. The things that he points out are how compassionate and nurturing I am, how affectionate I am, how I'm patient with him, how caring I am with the kids. These things are things I don't have to spend any money on. So I haven't had anything to where I'm like, oh, I'm lacking over here. Everything that I'm doing now, I'm gonna keep doing that, even if we're not worried about finances, because that's who I am. My mom made me this naturally nurturing person, and that's just like kind of built into me. So I don't know. I don't think outside of those things I would provide anything else.
I'm confused because what you said, Fantasy, and a lot of what Lucky said and Diana said are things that we should be providing already. Like those.
Yeah, we're already doing
money
that.
doesn't impact any of those. That's why I said what I said, because if money wasn't a factor, then I wouldn't care about working or care about like things. Like, I wouldn't have to worry about economics or future savings or retirement, or we don't have to, like those things don't matter. So
but see, Kayla,
the thing is that I think
Kayla, Gabby is not safeguarding her husband's image. Neither is Jada. Most of these women are. Neither is Steph Curry's wife. I understand we Savannah. I've been paying attention. This Trill says, and she safeguards that man's image. I don't care what goes on. Your job when it's time for you to speak, I believe, is that you're supposed to speak and protect that. You speak up for that. You ever seen a wife go against her own kids to protect her husband?
No, I agree with that. I just don't think that has an impact in terms of her question is if money wasn't a factor. I think that's something that all women should be doing regardless of how much money your man makes. I don't
the problem is that they want to do it only if they have money.
Money is a factor.
That's the way I see it, that women want to do these things only if the man has money. They will
Right,
only
that's
do
what I'm
it
saying.
only.
That's something
So I
every
think
woman
the way I
should do.
understand it is like, regardless if he has money or not, or whatever money he makes, that's what I'm doing as a wife. That's my duty.
Exactly.
So
But her question was if money wasn't a factor in you guys' life. So that's why I was saying all the things that you guys said, I think would be actions that I would do for my husband, regardless of his money or if money was a factor or not. With money not being a factor in your relationship, though, what other things would you have? Would you do? And that's why I was saying that all of us will probably have more time because none of us will work anymore, right? So we will have more time to do more things in terms of pay more attention to detail with him, plan more family outings and pay more attention to like the little you know what I'm saying? That's why I was like I agree with all of
I
y'all.
understand how you saw the question now. I see how
Yeah,
you saw the
I
question.
agree with
He's
all of y'all.
still
And
gonna
I just think that those are things that we should do regardless of how much money a man makes.
No, you're
yeah,
right.
but he's still gonna be protecting and providing the same if we aren't talking about money. He's still gonna provide us somewhere to stay. He's still gonna if the roof gets broken,
Make
he's
a
still gonna
hunt.
go up there and fix it. He's still gonna go out there and hunt. He's still gonna do the same things. It's just no one's gonna pay him for it. He's gonna just
Well,
get
listen, the
get
reason why
paid for
I
food.
the reason why I ask is because as women, we should be helpmates or helpmeets. And it shouldn't be our thought process about money. Whatever we get, we bring into the house, we put it in to have, we put it into the home. But all those things that you guys mentioned, y'all seem like y'all were like so happy to say those things. But it is definitely our job to encourage our men, to empower our men, to offer all those, to do whatever it is that they need us to do. Our thought shouldn't be the money. We shouldn't have any thought about, the bills and things of that nature. We're just helping him. Now, if he gives us a thought, then we take care of it. But that shouldn't be our process. It's whatever he needs us to do. We should be there for him. That's our purpose, ladies. That's what we're here for, is for him. So if you ever get married, concentrate on that man and he'll make it work for you. And you don't have to worry about all that other stuff. I can't promise you, because I hope you make a good decision on the men that you're picking. But our concentration should be uplifting and respecting our men. But obviously, men will not have or lose respect if they don't make enough money. That means we're concentrating on money way too much. We should have enough confidence in the men that we choose, or the men we say I do to build that money no matter what. But for whatever reason, if he ain't clicking, I can't even respect him anymore. And that's not who we're supposed to be as women. We're supposed to be that soft place, that nurturer, that encouraging, the one when he's down, when he's not making money, we're supposed to be that one to be like, babe, you got it. You can do it. It's going to work out tomorrow. That's who we're supposed to be. But it's like we totally flip. And our responses, we flip out when they don't do when they're not doing what we think they should do. We flip out on them. They're like, I don't like you anymore. You're not that dude. I have nothing for you right now. I need you to go away. So we gotta stay, and y'all just said it so nicely. I'm gonna be this, I'm gonna be providing, I'm gonna be this and this, and y'all are happy saying it. That's feminine. It's very feminine. Y'all were like really in your femininity right there.
I
But
think when I get,
I don't understand what you're
I think
saying,
Mr.
actually.
Boss should have hit the dearly beloved. It was a perfect time for that. But I just want to add, because we are in a society where money is your situation. We need money. So
Exactly.
if
Yeah.
in a perfect world, if we did not need money, that would not be a requirement. That wouldn't be the driving force that causes Gabby to be stressful in her multi-million-dollar life. You get what I'm saying? But I get what you're saying. And we should always put out front the things that are aside from money, because that's what keeps the relationship. That's our job anyway. But I think what I'm saying is, because we do have to work in those situations where money is not a case, and like Sayeda said, hunting, she gonna be right there hunting too. But if she got to hunt more than him, I guarantee she may have an attitude.
It's gonna be an
no, I'm
attitude.
agreeing with you. I do know we need money. We do need money, but it has to be based on what that man says he needs. We have to help him. We can't just be like out there stepping in front of him like, I got it, baby. We
I
gotta
don't
fall
even think
back.
anybody was up here
Even if
saying
money
that.
wasn't a
Nobody up
factor,
here
it was
gave
just-
that type of energy of
Yeah, all of you, yeah, you did. When you say that when times get hard, if I got to go in my pocketbook a little bit more, I
No, I
may
didn't
be
say if
resent.
times get hard. I said just
No,
in
I'm just talking about the
general.
question. I'm just saying the question. When I got to go in my pocketbook a little bit more, it may breed resentment. that is saying that when it's tough, I don't like you. Even the responses that was given, all of them were, I'm not liking this situation. I'm uncomfortable right now. My man is no longer being respected. That's what you're saying.
We were
No, that's
talking
not
about
what
an
I
ongoing,
said.
consistent
You are
pace
lumping.
of the
We didn't even all say the
relationship.
same thing. You're just lumping
No,
us all in together because we smiled while we said it.
because y'all what?
Because we smiled while we said it. That
No,
doesn't mean
I'm
we
not
all
even,
had the
I'm
same
not, okay,
answer.
but listen, I'm not saying you particularly said those exact words. I'm saying the sentiment of a man falling off or needing his wife to go into her pocketbook a little bit more for a modern woman is resentment.
Okay.
Could lead to some
I
resentment.
It
I
could if
understand
it
what you're
goes
saying.
on
I'm
for
just saying
too
I
long,
didn't
and
say
that's
that.
just a fact. A
That's what I'm
moment
saying.
down
That's,
is a moment down. The whole relationship, you needing me to help you carry, that's totally different than you got hurt at work and you down for 6 months, a year. That's
Which
totally
is why
different.
I asked her to
Two
clarify,
separate
and
things.
she clarified.
All righty then. Great dialogue, ladies. Let's go ahead. Ladies, we're gonna get to the next. We'll get to the last question of the night, man, which is the thumbnail question. So I need y'all to get y'all thoughts and things of that nature ready. Well, not the thumbnail question, the title of the video question. Y'all go ahead and get y'all thoughts and answers ready. Chad with the 2 bar. Only broke women lose respect for they man. They
$2.
gotta pay these
He
bills.
came up here with $2.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. Marcus, SB is on one. Appreciate it. Chad again, facts SB.
I
Stupid
want y'all to love
conversation.
each other.
Yeah, can I get some podcast for 20 bars? So your woman may be cool with it for a while, but please believe the clock is ticking. That's a fact. The message, the 5 ball is tough. Most women paying all the bills will have a power trip. Can't tell her a damn thing. Also, the man's ego will be on 100. Rojo, what up, bro? 5 ball, 100 plus 100 is more than 50 plus 50. Marcus, the 5 ball, lucky, baby girl. I was with you until the end of what you said.
That's fine, Marcus, because I don't want to pay more than you.
Marcus, they
Tell them
great
like you
point.
want to love you, not pay more.
Very true, Trill. Appreciate you, bro. I'll say Davon, the 5 ball problem is women like Gabby who, even if her man is dominating all three, they still compete for control. That's the feminist part that messes up the balance. True. Very true. Sadly. Marcus, a great question. SB. Mr. Spacely says she made him take money off the table, and I still can't get my 5. Appreciate you. They want the 2 ball. Stress equals starfish. Warm.
Aww.
Keep that.
Hell no. Keep that starfish shit over there. Congo to 10 ball. SB, thank you. We need to do better in all caps.
Take the money out the table.
Biggin with the 10. It goes back to missing bricks in your life's foundation. SB took away money and your answers were on junior high level. And that's sad.
Junior high level, really?
Sheldon, 2 ball. You 100% proved your point, SB. Thank you. The message, the 5 ball. Feminism put women in unfamiliar territory. They're still trying to figure it out. It's tough because for the first time, roles are being tested. That is very true. And we're about to get to that in just a second with this last question of the night.
Sure.
Marcus, 2 ball. The art of listening is extremely important. I agree with that. Appreciate everybody that donated, man. Again, it's been a hell of a conversation. Make sure y'all tap that like button. We got one more question, and then we gone. It sounded to me in watching that Gabby Union video that there was a lot of regret in her voice. There was a lot of stress. There was a lot of, man, I don't know, but I'm just trying to make it. We're going day by day with this. And again, just as a refresher, the feminist movement fought for equality, equal rights, equal pay, all of these things, right? So, in y'all opinion, because women are having to carry so much of the load in this era, do y'all think that women are regretting the independence and equality that they fought for during the feminist movement, in y'all opinion? And we're going to start with Rick first.
Why you do that? Are they regretting independence and equality? They regret it when it doesn't work out for them. That's the only time they regret it, when they can't hold it over your head or beat you up on the back of your neck with it. That's the only time. Otherwise, they cool. They all right.
All right. Fantasy. In your opinion, are women today regretting the independence and the equality that they fought so hard for during the feminist movement?
So on Ali's post, he made a post saying the same thing. And I said, we messed up, not obviously me, but our ancestors messed up when they were fighting for equality in the workspace. We should have been fighting for more pay for the men, at least advocating for that so they can provide better for their families. But instead, we came in to compete with the men and allow these companies to pay all of us less. So I understand that Black women have always worked in America. However, we should have been fighting against us continuing to work. We should have been fighting for the men to stay in their roles and for us to have these corporations not play in all of us. That's where I'm at with it. I think the corporations played all of us into thinking that men and women need to come work for me and make $15 an hour. You get what I'm saying?
Divide and conquer on a grand
Yeah.
scale.
I really believe that.
Damn, that's crazy. Yeah. I never thought about it like that. Yeah, I agree with that 100%. Rona, do you feel like the women in this era are regretting the independence and equality that they fought so hard for during the feminist movement?
Both had great answers, and I agree when it comes to it. When it benefits them, yeah, it's cool. But in most cases, you're paying more than what you asked for. Your family's compromised. Your children, the fact your femininity is basically in trouble. Now you're begging for coverage without the correction. Chivalry is basically on life support or evaporated because, again, you look for equality and there's a reason why certain things were in place. So now you're out there by yourself in most cases, unfortunately. And now we have ethnic outposts rather than actual communities. And that has put a lot of us, the family, and basically some generations in trouble. So, yeah, it's a lot of collateral damage for most part, self-serving decisions.
Saida, you feel like women are regretting what they fought for?
I don't think they regret fighting for the rights for what feminist was originally for. However, I think that when it's not convenient for them or when they don't see benefits, then they're like, oh, okay, this is not good for us. I think women that support this type of movement, and they want the benefits from it, but they want to still to have the traditional, benefits from men, but want the freedom from what the feminists provide and all this stuff. And I understand it. Believe me, I am a woman, so I know what they're fighting for. It's just that I don't support. I don't think that I like where the route that is taken. They're no longer fighting for let's for equal pay or women's right or how do you call it, a reproduction stuff. No, it's going in a different route, like supporting other genders and stuff like that, which I totally don't support. So I think it's like when it's not beneficial for them, then they're like, oh, okay, you know what? But I'll say this: if a woman has never been taken care by a man 100%, will never understand. And some women will attack other women. Like if I say right now, I like being taken care of by my man, some women will look at me and attack me and call me different names just because they think that I am not a superwoman. I am not a successful woman. I am not strong. I'm not independent. But that's not what this woman wants. So they want you to respect them for one success, but they don't want to respect the women that decide to be in the household, with their man and support the man. So if you have never had that in your life, you can never say how peaceful it feels, and all the weight that you're carrying, all of that gorilla that she said that she carry, that doesn't exist. It feels light, it feels peaceful, it's easy, to be honest. So I don't know. They're talking for something that they don't even know what it feels like.
I said, Kayla, in your opinion, are women today regretting the equality and independence that they fought so hard for during the movement?
Absolutely not. I don't think by and large women are regretting having equality and independence as women. I think that regardless if you want to be under the covering of a man or not, I think that all women appreciate now having the choice to do whichever they choose. I think there are many women that are happy to have the choice to be able to leave a situation that doesn't serve them. They can get their own bank account and they can work and they can do things on their own accord if they choose. I think having choice, I don't think any woman would regret ever having that, because you never know the circumstance that you may end up in with a abusive partner or a situation that doesn't serve you. So I think that all women are still grateful for having the choice. Whatever the choice they decide is up to them. But I don't think there are any women regretting having, equality as a human being, as your own person in America, to have your own identity as a person, your own bank account, be able to work your own, just having autonomy as a woman, being able to vote, all of these different things. That's really what the movement was about. It's just that I am an equal person. I should be able to vote. I should be able to make decisions for myself and have the choice to do so. So no, I don't think women are regretting that. I think the direction that the movement has gone in the last 10 years is something completely different than the origination of the feminist movement, which I think is just to give women, choice and autonomy over themselves. So no.
Well stated. SB, do you feel like women are regretting the independence, equality that they fought for during the movement?
Absolutely. I think women are tired. A lot of them do express it too, and they'll sincerely tell you that they don't want to do everything by themselves anymore. But they've been doing it so long, they don't know how to, give it up per se. They get into relationships and they kind of run the person away, or it makes it real challenging, or like some say they have bad attitudes just because they just don't know how to respond to that masculine energy being there. So most women, I think, are ready to be with a man and have that, relationship, but it's just very hard. So
I agree. Luck, take us home. Do you feel like women in this era regret the independence and equality that they fought for in the movement?
I think they regret it because the outcome is not what they expected. I think that the regret comes from that. I agree with Kayla as far as I don't think the regret is my ability to have choice and contribute. But I think that the regret comes from you cannot operate 100% traditional as far as all the perks that you think in a real world, because now we are both independent workers. We both can contribute. So you will get with someone who wants you to contribute. Now, we did just argue with how much you contribute. I think that's where the fight comes in, where they kind of still, hey, you still are the provider. So I think the regret is the reality. I don't regret possibly wanting my own choice, but I do not like the consequences of said choices. And I also regret whoever stood her ass up to fight for this. And I have to deal and suffer. Count your days, okay? But that's just how I feel as far as to me. I think the regret is the outcome. I don't think nobody up here or anybody in general would disagree with women having the right to leave a situation or whatever the purpose was, because not all of the femininity movement waves were negative. But I, in that aspect, nothing about it uplifted men or kept men in line. I think we have to also remember, because we are in a society, this USA is a business. They want all of us to be single and living separate and working so that we do not contribute wealth together. So we are going to constantly be throwing in stuff like this so we can disagree and not be on the same page. So I think the consequences is what they regret, not necessarily the power of choice.
All right, shout out to Lucky Muhammad.
Lucky
I
Muhammad.
just don't think any woman that really wants a man doesn't have one. I just don't believe that. I believe that women that want men, they with men right now. While we talking, they sitting next to them in the bed as we speak. You know what I'm saying? I think women that really want to be with a man, be with men, they're with men. There are people that have their traumas and their issues, both men and women. But I think people that want to be in relationship are going to be in relationship regardless of whatever movement happens. I just think that the basis of the movement in terms of women having their own autonomy is really important. I think even for like my daughter, I can't think of raising her with this expectations of like, you have to be attached to a man to be a member of society, which is what it used to be. Literally, you could not have your own money anywhere. You could not have your own, you couldn't vote, you couldn't have your own say in anything of your life, your sexuality, nothing. Like, so
I think life was probably easier when men ruled it, but I'm gonna let Trill.
You know, something that I wanted to add too is that feminists, and one thing that I could probably think they regret, some of them that probably supported the movement earlier, because I agree with Kayla, they don't regret what the stuff that we gained from feminists, but now it seems like they are more taking the opposite side, which is misogyny. Like they look more hateful towards men, and they became what they were saying. Oh, we don't want, men because men hate women, whatever. So now they're doing the same thing.
Yeah, that extreme
so
side.
That's the part that I'm like,
side. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So when you think about a feminist, I'm sorry, when you think about a feminist, and if you're like, okay, think about or describe a feminist, the first thing that comes to your mind is, the pink hair, the earrings, and, like someone with the aggressiveness and like, saying something hateful towards men. But that's kind of like, stereotyping, because there's a lot of women that really fight for rights that we really care for. And like you said, Kayla, I don't think men are nowadays are not saying you don't have the right or you don't have voice or nothing like that, but it's just the route that is taken that is confusing. And when it's not convenient for women, I'm going to include myself, because I don't like to speak for, just for me or for everybody. When it doesn't benefit us, we're like, okay, this is not good. It doesn't look good. Just that.
So it was a time where men adored women. They saw us as weaker vessels. So basically, it wasn't controlling per se. It was just they were covering us. So we went from our father's house to our husband's. So the right to vote, okay, that would be a good thing. But then it started to get crazy because not every man deserves a wife. Sometimes things start happening that were not good. Some men would look at their wives as possessions or property, I should say. And sometimes there was some bad things that happened. So then that's when these different waves start to come in and things start to change a bit. But the fact that they looked at us as being a weaker vessel, something that they needed to take care of and make sure we were good, I think that's a good thing.
But that was often a white women's plight, because white men used to treat their women terrible.
Well, the feminist movement was a white woman's thing.
Really, black men and women have always worked together.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It really was a white woman's thing, though. And then we got a hold of it. We made it a little different because of all the things that were given to women or all the opportunities that women have. It kind of shifted and did something different when it got into the Black community.
Yeah, because
it was definitely a white woman's thing initially. It was.
Yeah, because they treated their women really, really awful, like really like property. I think for Black women, it really was about when the Black man isn't there for me to be able to make sure that I'm straight and the kids are straight, and having that autonomy to do that and being able to, if I'm working the same job you are, making equal pay, whatever, to take care of my family. I think it more so came out of necessity when they started taking, the Black, we all know how the systematic racism and prison, the pipeline, everything that happened 70s, 80s, 90s. I think it came out of necessity for the most part for Black women, but really it started because white women, their men did treat them like
shit, to be honest.
Yeah, I think I don't think women regret it as a whole because they've gotten some hellified benefits from this movement. I mean, let's just call it what it is. But I think they regret not watching the movie until the credits roll. Think about being a man, and I think Smooth touched on it earlier, right? Is that pressure that we walk around with constantly. Like it's a day for day thing, you know what I'm saying? But dating back to the era that SB is talking about, women didn't necessarily walk around with that because that man was taking care of you. That man was, making all the hard decisions. That man was lifting the heavy load. Now your counsel was still valuable even back then, but it wasn't pressure on you to deliver like it is now. And I think Gabby sitting down during that interview, put a magnifying glass on that because all she did was just say what a lot of women are thinking, whether it be single moms or whether it be a woman who's without a man and she's just being forced in this situation, or a woman that was married, had a couple kids, got divorced. Now she trying to figure it out on her own. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a lot of pressure that comes with the fact that, hey, the decision making is on me. The consequences are on me. And I don't think women are prepared to handle that. They don't have the backbone for that, like a man does. Like we are born with that. It is an innate ability for us to do that. Now that's not saying it's not hard, because it is, but we have broad enough shoulders to carry it. A woman's shoulders is not meant to carry the weight that a man walk around with on a day-to-day basis. But a lot of them are finding that out the hard way, because after they got their few benefits or whatever, now it's time to deal with the downside of what this comes with. And that's stress, that's trauma, that's not knowing how I'm going to get this bill paid. That's okay. Do I put half on the light bill and half on this? Or, my kid need clothes. Damn, I got to go babysit. I got to go cut some grass. I got to go do whatever I got to do to gather this money up to make sure that my kid got what they need. This is what men have been dealing with forever, which is why Ricky says all the time that a man is your personal superhero. That's a fact. Because he creates shit out of nothing when we need it. Man could be making 50,000, 30,000, whatever number. But if we need something that costs a little more than that, that man gonna get on his grind to go out there and get it. Whether or not I gotta pull out the dice, whether or not I gotta pull out my pool stick, I gotta pull out my lawnmower, I gotta pull out my paint bucket. I'm gonna do what I gotta do to make sure that my family has what we need. And that type of weight is only for a man's shoulders. Women are not built to carry that. And I think a lot of them are finding that out the hard way now that they've accumulated all these benefits that they have. It's a downside to those benefits. Going back to what Lucky said, you've got to pay the cost to be the boss. That's part of it.
I don't disagree, but there are a lot of men that have succumbed to that pressure outletting in drugs and violence.
Facts.
And that issue is what caused women to be in some of those positions that they were in, because of the pressures that came with, not only did they take trade out of the high schools and make you have to pay for college in order to gain education to make substantial income, the pressures that came with that happening, but still having to take care of your family. A lot of men definitely defaulted to drugs and violence, leaving a lot of women and families uncovered. And it's systematic. So that's another thing that's like, it's systematic. So it's just,
this is how it goes, guys. Look, okay, here go Uncle Ricky teaching y'all some game. You notice how they never tell y'all the side effects? They never tell y'all the side effects of these movements, right? For example, what they pushing right now? Like, I ain't gonna say now because it's kind of done already, right? With sex work, right? Ladies, be independent, be sexually independent, make you an OnlyFans, go to California, do whatever. But did y'all know that most women that work in sex work, the largest percentage of them die by either suicide or drug overdose? But they'll sit up here and keep telling y'all sex works, it's okay. It should be And what's crazy at the end of the day, because we all of color on this panel, it doesn't make movement until they get our buy-in. It stays stuck, it stays stagnant. But who the first people to buy into shit? Who's the first people? And this what I'm telling y'all about, ladies. Y'all got to be careful where y'all speak. I tell my wife, I be like, hey, stop saying it's gonna rain. Right? Because the one thing I give women power for is what y'all can create out of y'all mouth. Right? And that's what this the power y'all don't understand, and how you can motivate your man to do something that he maybe never would have done before. But your mouth can also put him in the gutter quicker than anybody else can. Right? Y'all really need to understand the power that y'all really have as women. Number two is black women that y'all use to exploit for the entire. Y'all allow other people to exploit for the entirely the wrong goddamn reasons. All of y'all not slipping through the cracks. We got to stop with this more in not everybody. Yeah, all of us is in this shit together, bro. Right? So we need to get back. We need to get back. And it's like Kayla said, the feminist movement had nothing to do with black women. Black women always held reverence in the home. I said this before. Didn't nobody over talk or down talk Big Mama. Nobody. But we want to keep using these color purple standards, right? Because you seen a movie or the cousin of your uncle of your best friend went through it. Everybody go through something. Did you go through it? Did it happen to you? Do you have reason to hold on to that pain? To use that pain as a leveling mark of what you should or shouldn't do when you ain't even experienced it?
Mm-mm.
Moving out of a fear that doesn't even apply to you. So you depressed because of the stuff you did in the past, and you anxious because of the stuff you don't know what's going to happen in the future. Y'all need to be our women again, and we need to be y'all fucking men, bro. Y'all ain't never hear me sit up here tell y'all about no bum ass dude. You need to be rocking with him. Leave him. Leave him. But if you gonna sit there, if you gonna be there with him, at least be the woman you supposed to be, goddammit, and support him and push him, try to push him towards something better. You there, ain't you? Because if it was all that bad, you'd have packed your shit and left, wouldn't you? Stop, would y'all pick a fucking lie? That's all I keep saying. Please pick a lie.
All right, man. That is a great place for us to wrap this thing up. Appreciate everybody pulling up on us. Got a couple more super chats to read, and we up out of here, man. Hell of a conversation. Marcus Tubal to the question. Yes, women are regretting it. Appreciate it, big dog. Derek Lawton, 20 ball. So great discussion, man. Have a blessed night. Appreciate you, big dog, pulling up on us, man. Marcus, actually, chivalry is dead, brother Ronan. Not on life support, and we know who killed it. Grizz Treats, 20 ball. They don't regret a thing. Women are convincing y'all you need to pilot a fighter jet, and they can't drive a Fisher Price at the same time. They're running an extortion racket, and men are losing from couples to corporate. Grizz is hilarious, man. Appreciate you, bro. Dave on. Ironically, now that this world is more matriarchal, hope I'm saying that right, women have been even more unhappy. Yeah, that's true, man. I say pressure bust pipes. Sonya, 2-bar. Appreciate you. Gavin, 5-bar. We are all born to be independent unless you choose to be with someone. So how can they be mad about being independent? Marcus, 5-bar. Okay, preach, Lucky.
I want them back, y'all.
You definitely lost him for a minute.
Yeah.
Marcus, black women got played in the feminist movement. Let's call it for what it is. Yeah, my bad. Grizz Treats, another 20 ball. So men thought they could soothe the desire of woman. The same woman that disobeyed God for her desires, Eve. Men bought the dream and got. COVID messed up the manufacturers. Good women are on back order. Pray for the 5. Appreciate you, bro. Marcus, Tubal, talk, Bishop Trill. Appreciate you. Davon, Tubal, they now have the burden to perform like us. Okay, man. It's pressure involved. The message to Fireball, they don't regret it, but their grandchildren will.
We are the grandchildren.
Right? I'm about to say.
That's why this shit is OV. I keep telling y'all this shit is over, bro. Pray for the babies, man. That's all y'all can do is pray for the babies, man. Y'all better get right for these babies, boy. Y'all better get right for these babies, for real. Y'all shut out. Y'all shut the fuck out, bro.
Drip Empress, Timbal. Most women are irritated by the feminist movement because although it was a white woman's issue, it hurt the black community the worst. Concept of quote unquote strong, independent black woman became paramount. It's a fact. Marcus, Fireball brother Ricky, showing love. The drinks on me, Pastor Ricky.
Pastor Ricky, the drinks.
Drinks.
What drink?
Sheldon with the Fireball. I love how this ended. This was a great conversation. Salute to everyone and good night. Appreciate you, bro. Think that's all. Wait, Sonya again. We're never responsible for a man's bad behavior. All right. That's all of it, man. I appreciate everybody that donated. Appreciate the Crusader Nation for putting up on this one. It's been a hell of a conversation. All the panelists, I appreciate each and every one of y'all. Feminist, y'all and girls, welcome to the family. What a good discussion, man. Yeah, a discussion. It went about like I thought it would.
Damn, Marcus.
A great show tonight. Fantasy Island Girl and Said, I don't snitch. Just playing. Lucky, you funny as hell.
Wait a minute, is Fantasy a snitch?
I'm snitching.
She a snitch too?
I'm snitching.
What snitching y'all speak of?
No, last week when Sayeda said she'd telling her husband.
Yeah, I said don't do anything illegal because I'm not going to jail with you. And I'm on Sayeda's side. I'm snitching.
Hey, y'all, don't do no crimes around Sayeda. And
Yeah, I was gonna say because y'all don't know how to just not know nothing. Y'all know too much.
I can't even hold
Well,
my
they'll go in there doing one of these numbers, Kayla. Just a talking.
Stop talking.
They're on you.
There's
You know
not
nothing.
even one person in my family has been in jail. Not even one person. I'm not gonna be the first one.
I'm not going to jail.
How could you be when you don't know anything?
Well, if I know, I'm not going to. No, if I know, I'm not going to say that.
You really believe that? Okay, never mind. Go ahead.
See what y'all do? This what y'all do?
I'm snitching.
In the wrong predicament. Y'all want to know too much. I don't want to know nothing.
I don't want to know anything. Don't tell me.
If you're doing something illegal, don't be my friend, please.
Have the right to
Oh my God! Look, man.
Yeah, you have the right. Right, Lucky. Exactly. You have the right to remain silent. I know that.
See, Trill, but that's why Marjorie winning because she know all the bodies buried. They ain't said nothing.
Right,
you know man.
Right.
Ain't said nothing.
That's how I go, man. Look, man, we appreciate y'all. Until next Wednesday, 9:30ish. Y'all know how we give it up, man. We are gone. Y'all be safe. Take care of each other. We're gonna see y'all next time. Gone.
Good night. you.